Good evening, cherished companions. This night, our journey will gently unfold, taking us through the captivating realm of ancient Greek mythology and the profound, tranquil wisdom of healing practices. We encourage you to soften your surroundings by dimming your illumination, nestling comfortably beneath your chosen covering, and permitting the day's clamor to recede into oblivion. Our path tonight leads us to accompany Asclepius, the extraordinary mortal who ascended to become the revered deity of healing. You are poised to uncover the genesis of medical arts in the Hellenic world, to comprehend the pivotal role dreams played in guiding restorative treatments, and to discern why the sinuous form of serpents became an enduring emblem of robust well-being. Each narrative thread will unravel with deliberate grace, akin to the slow, contemplative turning of pages within an antique, venerable tome. Therefore, please lower your lighting, perhaps activate a gentle fan to provide a soothing, ambient hum, and let our exploration commence. One now perceives oneself standing amidst the undulating terrain of primeval Thessaly, where the nascent morning mist tenderly embraces the venerable olive groves, and the very air is redolent with the aromatic essence of untamed flora. Herein lies the genesis of our chronicle, not heralded by the tumultuous crackle of thunder and brilliant flashes of lightning, as so many Hellenic sagas are, but rather by a more subdued unfolding. The tender sorrow of ardent affection and profound bereavement that would, in time, bestow upon the world its preeminent healer. Envision Coronis, a mortal woman whose raven locks capture the sun's luminescence like meticulously burnished bronze. Her movements through her quotidian duties possess the effortless elegance of one innately connected to the terrestrial sphere. She grinds grain, tends to modest hearths, and meticulously weaves fabric upon a rudimentary loom. Her hands are perpetually engaged, ceaselessly fashioning objects of utility. Unbeknownst to her, Apollo, the resplendent god of solar light and euphonious melodies, observes her from the sequestered shadows cast by the stately cypress trees. One might naturally ponder the magnetic force that would draw a divine entity to a mortal woman. It is not exclusively her pulchritude, though she possesses a loveliness akin to that of wildflowers, inherently natural and utterly oblivious to their own intrinsic allure. It is undeniably something beyond mere physical attractiveness. Perhaps it is the soft, melodic humming that accompanies her labors, generating tunes that even Apollo, with his divine musical sensibilities, finds utterly enchanting. Or it could be her innate benevolence towards the ailing and injured, who occasionally present themselves at her dwelling, seeking succor that she generously bestows through poultices meticulously concocted from the botanical treasures of the mountain. Apollo approaches her, not in the full blinding splendor of his divine majesty, which would surely incapacitate mortal vision, but rather in the guise of a youthful man, his hair the color of spun gold, his hands bearing the telltale signs of honest manual exertion. Their affection blossomed in the manner characteristic of those less complicated epochs. Gradually, nurtured by shared discourse and protracted perambulations amidst the verdant hills, he assisted her in gathering an assortment of medicinal botanicals, and she, in turn, imparted to him the knowledge of which roots assuaged discomfort and which specific leaves possessed the efficacy to staunch sanguine flow. For the duration of a single season, their existence was imbued with felicity. Apollo experienced a sentiment he had seldom encountered, the profound, serene contentment inherent in mortal love. There were no grandiose exploits, no epic odysseys, merely tranquil evenings spent by the hearth, meticulously planning for the nascent life they both anticipated. Coronis's abdomen gracefully expanded, and she would guide Apollo's hand to its gentle curve to perceive the nascent movements of their unborn child. Neither of them possessed the prescience to realize they were orchestrating the advent of the future deity of curative arts. However, even divine beings, though ensnared by the tendrils of love, cannot indefinitely relinquish their sacred responsibilities. Apollo was compelled to resume his celestial duties, to pilot his radiant chariot and guide the sun's luminous passage across the firmament each day. He was obligated to attend to the supplications of humanity and to inspire the creative endeavors of bards. He departed from Coronis, replete with solemn vows of his return, and she, in her guileless trust, believed him implicitly, for she had no precedent to doubt his sincerity. It is at this juncture that the narrative takes its sorrowful trajectory, and one can almost perceive its imminent arrival, much like sensing a subtle alteration in the atmospheric currents. Isolated and heavily pregnant, Coronis encountered Ischys, a mortal man hailing from an adjacent hamlet. Unlike Apollo, Ischys was capable of offering her something the god, in his divine omnipresence, could not: a conventional existence, a husband who would be a constant presence each evening, offspring who would mature under the continuous guardianship of their father. One can readily comprehend her difficult choice. Can one not? To love a god is to love an entity whose essence belongs to the entirety of the cosmos. To love a mortal, however, offers the tantalizing prospect that, just possibly, one might belong exclusively to each other. Consequently, Coronis rendered the fateful decision that would ultimately exact an exorbitant cost. She consented to unite herself with Ischys in matrimony, perhaps harboring the naive belief that Apollo would understand that divine beings relinquish mortal attachments with the same effortless fluidity with which the seasons transition. Yet Apollo became apprised of her decision through his consecrated crow, a sentient avian witness to Coronis's tender interactions with her new paramour. The corvid swiftly winged its way to convey its observations, fully anticipating commendation for its unwavering allegiance. Instead, Apollo's wrath ignited with such fierce intensity that the crow's pristine white plumage was scorched to an abyssal black by the divine fury. From that day forth, all corvids have borne the somber hue of Apollo's indignation, an enduring emblem of how love, when irrevocably betrayed, can irrevocably alter even the most innocuous of messengers. Divine affection, when subjected to treachery, burns with a fervor far exceeding the intensity of mortal jealousy. Apollo's wrath, however, was not the vociferous, destructive kind one might typically envision. Instead, it was frigid and utterly conclusive, akin to the relentless grip of winter descending upon the land. He dispatched his sister Artemis, the formidable goddess of the hunt, to mete out punishment upon Coronis with her silver-tipped arrows. This somber decree emanated from profound anguish, not from inherent cruelty, though the ultimate outcome would remain identically devastating. Envision the tableau on that dreadful dawn. Coronis is diligently suspending freshly laundered garments upon a line stretched between two venerable olive trees. Her abdomen is heavy with the precious life she carries within. The textiles, simple linen tunics and robust wool cloaks, sway gently in the soft breeze. She hums the very same melody that had initially captivated Apollo's divine attention, entirely oblivious to the silent, inexorable approach of death. Her movements are now deliberate, imbued with a protective instinct for the burgeoning life nestled within her. Artemis materializes like a shadow stepping into the full brilliance of sunlight, her bow already taut. The goddess of the hunt experiences no gratification in this somber assignment, yet she cannot refuse her brother's imperative request. There are no dramatic pronouncements, no valedictory condemnations. The arrow cleaves the air with swift, unerring precision, and Coronis collapses amidst the damp laundry, her hand instinctively moving to shield the child within her, even as her own vital essence ebbs away. But it is precisely here that the narrative unveils its more profound verity concerning healing and the profound experience of loss. As Coronis lies on the precipice of death, something profoundly stirs within her. Not merely the nascent life of her child, but an overwhelming sorrow that permeates even the divine consciousness. She utters no maledictions against Apollo, nor does she rail against her inexorable fate. Instead, her final thoughts are dedicated to the child who will never experience the soothing comfort of his mother's lullabies or feel her gentle hands assessing his brow for the presence of fever. Her ultimate utterances are a whispered supplication that her son might discover a greater measure of tranquility than his parents ever attained. Apollo arrives as her respiration grows shallow and faint, and in that poignant instant, the god who commands the sun's radiant journey feels an irreparable fracture within his immortal heart. He perceives the exorbitant cost of his jealousy, not only Coronis's precious life, but also his son's irrevocable opportunity to experience maternal affection. The deity who bestows light upon the world has paradoxically wrought only profound darkness, and the sheer weight of that realization will irrevocably shape every subsequent event. The God who orchestrates the sun's daily passage cannot resurrect the departed. However, he possesses the power to salvage the child. With hands more steadfast and precise than those of any mortal surgeon, he executes the inaugural recorded cesarean section, carefully extracting the infant from his mother's womb precisely as her spirit embarks upon its journey to the underworld. This singular moment inaugurates the first surgical intervention within the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, accomplished not through conventional medical acumen, but through the desperate, boundless fervor of love. The infant, who is destined to become Asclepius, emits a robust cry, the powerful voice of one predestined for unparalleled accomplishments. Apollo cradles his son, and within the infant's countenance, he discerns an echo of Coronis's inherent gentleness, intermingled with an undeniable divine essence. This child is fated to mend where Apollo has wrought destruction. He is destined to alleviate suffering where his father has inflicted it. The god comprehends instantly that this is both a precious endowment and a profound burden. His son will dedicate an eternity to repairing the damage instigated by divine wrath. Apollo carefully enshrouds the infant in Coronis's cloak, which still retains the warmth of her body and carries the faint, comforting scent of the herbs she once meticulously gathered. He breathes into the tiny lungs, imparting not merely life, but an inherent sense of purpose. This child will possess an intrinsic understanding of pain, for he has been birthed from profound tragedy. He will comprehend loss, for his very existence speaks eloquently of the immense sacrifice made for his survival. Every therapeutic intervention he undertakes will serve as an homage to the mother he never knew. The deity gazes down upon his son and renders a decision that will reverberate across millennia. This child will not be nurtured on Mount Olympus amidst the pantheon of other gods, where he might absorb their casual indifference and divine detachment from the tribulations of mortal existence. Instead, Apollo will entrust him to an individual who comprehends both the intrinsic fragility of life and the formidable power to safeguard it. Someone who recognizes that genuine healing necessitates not only consummate skill, but also wisdom painstakingly acquired through lived experience. As Apollo bears the infant away from the scene of such profound tragedy, one might perceive the quiet profundity of this moment. There are no resounding peals of thunder or overt miraculous omens. Merely a father holding his son, traversing the very same hills where that son's mother once assiduously collected healing botanicals. The inexorable cycle of demise and restoration has already commenced. Although neither god nor infant yet grasps its complete significance, the baby reposes peacefully in his father's embrace, oblivious to the fact that his mother's untimely demise will impel him to master the very arts that might have preserved her life. He remains unaware that her gentle hands, which once meticulously sorted herbs and deftly bound wounds, have bequeathed their innate healing touch to him through a divine inheritance. But Apollo, laden with this knowledge, is acutely aware, and the understanding weighs upon him like inescapable chains. Apollo pauses at the periphery of an ancient forest, where venerable trees stand in a silence more ancient than memory itself. Somewhere within that verdant obscurity resides Chiron, the most sagacious of all centaurs, extraordinarily proficient in medical knowledge, and the distinguished preceptor of heroes. The god recognizes that what his son now requires is not divine omnipotence, but rather the patient, profound wisdom that emanates from understanding both the inherent frailty of mortal existence and the meticulous artistry of healing. The forest appears to extend a welcoming embrace, its branches parting as if acknowledging the sacred essence of their mission. Avian choristers fall silent as they pass, and even the very breeze holds its breath in deference. This is hallowed ground. They are entering a realm where temporal progression differs and wisdom accumulates like fallen leaves, rich with the decay of antiquated knowledge, composting into novel comprehension. Reflecting upon this initial segment of Asclepius's origin, one might ponder the enigmatic interplay between sorrow and beneficence. A mother's demise paradoxically paves the way for the emergence of a paramount healer. The intricate chain of events, from ardent affection to profound treachery, subsequently yielding immense bereavement, ultimately culminates in the very genesis of medical science. Chironis's supreme sacrifice thus forms the bedrock, the foundational element for every institution of care, for the meticulous expertise of every medical practitioner, and for each restorative remedy designed to alleviate human affliction. Yet, a solace may be found in the realization that from the profoundest depths of anguish, the most extraordinary endowments can arise. Asclepius, in his being, will embody his mother's innate tenderness and his father's divine capabilities. His formidable powers tempered by the acute awareness that every existence is incomparably precious precisely because it is ephemeral. This profound comprehension will distinguish him not merely as a practitioner of healing, but as the preeminent healer, one whose endeavors are propelled by genuine empathy rather than mere obligation. The sylvan expanse deepens around Apollo as he cradles his newborn progeny, and one can almost perceive the ancient, profound tranquility that envelops them. These particular woodlands are realms where the passage of time operates on a different continuum, where each venerable tree has stood sentinel for untold centuries, and every encroaching shadow harbors the echoes of legendary heroes who trod these paths in epochs past. The deity's footsteps produce no discernible sound upon the verdant, plush carpet of fallen foliage. However, an unseen presence ahead of them is keenly aware of their impending arrival. Chiron the centaur materializes from a secluded grove of venerable oak trees, emerging with the ethereal grace of a figure stepping directly from a waking dream. Distinct from the boisterous, often inebriated centaurs of popular mythology, Chiron carries himself with the distinguished bearing of a profound scholar and the elegant composure of an entity who has cultivated patience through millennia of existence. His robust, earthy brown equine form is ideally constructed for the deliberate, painstaking task of transporting injured creatures to safety. His human torso radiates the quiet fortitude of one who has assisted in the birth of countless young and meticulously mended fractured bones, with hands more exquisitely gentle than those of any mortal physician. One observes as Apollo draws near to his venerable companion, for Chiron is precisely that, one of the scarce beings within creation capable of conversing with the gods on terms of absolute parity. The centaur's perceptive gaze instantly comprehends the unfolding tableau. The god's visage, cast in the deep shadow of sorrow, the swaddled infant enfolded in a woman's cloak, and the pervasive scent of tragedy that clings to both like persistent smoke. Chiron, having witnessed an abundance of divine dramas throughout his long life, requires no verbal explanation to decipher the poignant circumstances. Coronis. Chiron inquires softly, and Apollo's subtle nod communicates the entire sorrowful narrative. The centaur extends hands that have cradled nascent heroes and ministered to dying warriors, accepting the infant with the meticulous assurance of one who has safeguarded thousands of fragile existences. He possesses her eyes, Chiron remarks, and one witnesses Apollo's subtle recoil at the undeniable veracity of the observation. Even in repose, the infant's countenance bears a striking resemblance, an undeniable echo of his mother's tender expression. This is the manner in which Asclepius came to be nurtured within the heart of the deep forest, residing in a cavern permeated by the aromatic essence of dried botanicals and the accumulated fragrance of ancient sagacity. Chiron's abode bears no resemblance whatsoever to the resplendent marble palaces inhabited by the Olympian deities. It is meticulously carved from the living rock itself, featuring natural alcoves that securely hold clay vessels brimming with potent medicines, and expansive shelves meticulously arrayed with ancient scrolls, repositories of centuries of accumulated healing lore. Bundles of carefully gathered herbs hang suspended from the cave's ceiling, swaying gently like silent, fragrant supplications, and a modest, perpetual fire glows warmly in the central hearth, ever prepared to steep restorative infusions or warm therapeutic poultices. The very essence of the cave resonates with a palpable vitality, in a manner rarely encountered within the transient dwellings of mortals. Water, sourced from subterranean veins, artfully seeps through the cave walls, via precisely engineered channels, meticulously guided by Chiron over countless centuries. These ingenious conduits serve to establish natural cooling systems and ensure a constant supply of pristine drinking water. Various species of mushrooms flourish in carefully cultivated patches, some designated for nutritional sustenance, and others specifically for their medicinal properties. The sagacious centaur has, through his meticulous design and profound understanding, transformed his dwelling into a dynamic, living pharmacy, where every available surface and natural feature serves the noble art of healing. One can readily envision young Asclepius taking his tentative initial steps on the soft, yielding earth just beyond the entrance to Chiron's cave. The centaur, ever watchful, observes with boundless patience as the curious toddler explores his immediate surroundings, ensuring he does not unwittingly venture towards the noxious flora that thrives in the forest's more shadowed recesses. However, Chiron deliberately refrains from preventing the boy from touching the innocuous herbs, those beneficial plants that offer solace and healing rather than inflicting harm. Even at the tender age of 2 years, Asclepius already exhibits an innate, remarkable gentleness towards all living things. One might naturally inquire about the unique experience of being reared by a centaur of Chiron's caliber. Chiron masterfully integrates the pragmatic, grounded wisdom characteristic of a seasoned country physician with the profound, mythic knowledge of an entity who has personally mentored both gods and legendary heroes. Yet, his pedagogical approach is remarkably unassuming and beautifully ordinary. He eschews formal lectures and never imposes the burden of rote memorization. Instead, he instructs primarily through direct demonstration and allows the boy's innate curiosity to propel the remainder of his learning. Each lesson organically unfolds from the bountiful provisions of the forest itself. When Asclepius reaches the age of 4, Chiron leads him to observe a deer with a noticeably injured leg, limping laboriously through the dense undergrowth of the forest. The wise centaur does not immediately rush to offer assistance. Instead, he and the young boy settle quietly behind a fallen log, observing the distressed animal with profound patience and focused attention, absorbing every detail. "What do you perceive, Shatita?" Chiron inquires gently, and Asclepius, with remarkable acuity for his age, points out how the deer clearly favors one limb, how its movements are considerably more sluggish than usual, and how it frequently pauses to lean against the trunks of trees for support. "Should we offer assistance?" the young boy asks, his voice imbued with genuine concern. Chiron considers the query with profound solemnity, recognizing the gravity of such a teaching moment, which invariably demands exceptionally careful handling. "Indeed we should," he responds finally, his tone measured, but with utmost circumspection. For fear itself can inflict as much damage as a physical injury. He then patiently demonstrates to Asclepius the proper method of approaching the animal slowly, speaking in soft, modulated tones designed not to startle the wounded creature. The deer, sensing perhaps the inherent benevolence of their intentions, or perhaps recognizing Chiron's familiar and reassuring presence, refrains from fleeing. Chiron's hands then work with an almost surgical precision and practiced efficiency, meticulously examining the deer's leg for any potential fractures, discovering instead a deeply embedded thorn within its hoof. He extracts it with a bronze knife, honed to such an exquisite sharpness that it appears to sever pain itself, before applying a soothing poultice of carefully selected herbs, precisely formulated to avert infection. Asclepius, in turn, gently steadies the deer's head, stroking its neck and murmuring quiet reassurances he has intuitively absorbed from observing Chiron's interactions with numerous other patients. This compassionate and practical approach swiftly became the established framework for the boy's education. Each passing day brought forth novel insights, cleverly disguised as mundane encounters. A small bird with a fractured wing imparted invaluable lessons concerning the delicate art of setting bones and the intricate biomechanical engineering inherent in avian flight. A rabbit afflicted with an ocular infection revealed the profound importance of meticulous, gentle cleansing and the precise application of appropriate herbs to mitigate inflammation. Even a serpent, discovered with damaged scales, unveiled the esoteric secrets of various dermatological ailments and their corresponding remedies, though Asclepius, at this nascent stage, could not yet fathom the profound future significance that serpents would hold in his own destiny. By the time Asclepius reached his 7th year, his burgeoning expertise allowed him to accurately identify scores of medicinal plants through both their visual characteristics and their distinct aromatic profiles. He possessed an intimate knowledge of which fungi offered healing properties and which harbored deadly toxins, which roots served to assuage physical pain, and which berries effectively reduced fever. More profoundly, however, he was assimilating the deeper, invaluable lessons that could never be gleaned from any written tome. The cultivation of enduring patience in the face of suffering, the exercise of profound gentleness when confronting fear, and the unwavering, quiet persistence that is truly indispensable for genuine healing. Chiron meticulously instructed him that medicine transcended mere factual knowledge. It was, at its very core, a sacred relationship forged between the healer and the patient. A therapeutic poultice applied with animosity will never facilitate healing as effectively as the identical poultice administered with heartfelt compassion. The venerable centaur elucidated as they collaboratively treated a wolf suffering from an infected paw. Hiktiam, the very essence of the plants responds to our underlying intention, and similarly, the creatures we endeavor to assist are keenly attuned to our disposition. This was not some esoteric mysticism, but rather profoundly practical wisdom. Patients experiencing heightened stress invariably recover at a considerably slower rate than those who are calm and reassured. One can readily envision them on a typical morning, diligently engaged in their collaborative work within the ancient herb garden that Chiron had meticulously cultivated over many centuries. To the uninitiated observer, the plot might have appeared utterly chaotic, with plants seemingly proliferating wherever they chose, ostensibly devoid of any discernible organization. However, Asclepius was progressively learning to perceive the intricate underlying pattern. Taller botanical specimens strategically providing vital shade for more delicate varieties, roots that naturally enriched the soil growing symbiotically alongside herbs that demanded nutrient-rich earth, and specific medicinal plants judiciously positioned where their properties could effectively safeguard vegetables from the depredations of harmful insects. Nature inherently possesses the wisdom to heal herself, Chiron patiently explained, as they carefully transplanted young seedlings, their roots still clinging tenaciously to the nurturing soil. Our fundamental role is not to contend against her innate sagacity, but rather to diligently comprehend it and harmoniously collaborate with its principles. He meticulously demonstrated to Asclepius how particular plants naturally coexist in the wild, establishing organic partnerships that invariably enhance the vitality and resilience of both. Medicine, too, operates on a similar principle, he added thoughtfully. A single herb, acting in isolation, might offer a modest degree of relief. However, two herbs, working in synergistic concert, possess the remarkable potential to effect miracles. As Asclepius matured into adolescence, Chiron commenced his instruction in the intricate field of anatomy, utilizing his own unique physiology as an unparalleled pedagogical model. The centaur's distinctive nature, being concurrently part human and part horse, rendered him a living, dynamic textbook of comparative physiology. He meticulously elucidated the complex mechanisms of blood circulation through various types of anatomical structures, precisely how muscles effectuate bone movement, and the enduring rhythm of the heart that sustains life across creatures both mortal and immortal. Asclepius progressively learned to discern subtle pulses, to accurately recognize the telltale signs of fever, and to comprehend the inherent, often unhurried pace at which injuries naturally heal. These profound lessons extended well beyond the purely physical realm. Chiron comprehensively instructed the boy on the intricate connection between the mind and the body, illustrating how persistent worry could significantly impede the healing of wounds, and conversely, how a serene state of mind could markedly accelerate recovery. Observe the behavior of animals when they are injured, the centaur sagely suggested. They instinctively seek out tranquil refuges for rest. They do not resist the intrinsic healing process. Humans, indeed, could glean invaluable wisdom from this natural sagacity. Yet perhaps the most profoundly impactful lesson manifested when Asclepius reached the age of 12 and Chiron himself succumbed to a mysterious, debilitating ailment that left him weak and consumed by fever. For the very first time, the young boy beheld his revered teacher not as an indomitable mentor, but as a vulnerable patient, desperately in need of care. This stark reversal of roles terrified him more profoundly than any injured animal ever had. What if his burgeoning skills proved insufficient? What if he committed egregious errors? What if the wisest being he had ever known proved beyond recovery? Chiron, even amidst his own suffering, acutely recognized the profound teaching moment embedded within his vulnerability. Healing commences with the acceptance that we cannot, in fact, control every outcome, he whispered, his voice hoarse but still imbued with his characteristic gentleness from his bed of soft furs. Sometimes, our efforts lead to a complete cure. At other times, we can only offer comfort and solace, and occasionally, we must simply remain present with suffering until its natural course passes. He meticulously guided Asclepius through the intricate steps of his own treatment, precisely which herbs to select, how to meticulously prepare them, when to diligently check for any changes in his condition, and how to accurately discern both signs of improvement and indications of decline. Improvement and decline. For 3 continuous days and nights, Asclepius attended his esteemed tutor, Chiron, demonstrating a profound dedication akin to that of a devoted son ministering to a cherished father. With meticulous care, he brewed therapeutic infusions, ensuring their potency was precisely calibrated, and assiduously applied cooling compresses whenever the centaur's fever spiked. He maintained a silent vigil through countless arduous hours when sleep proved elusive, observing the subtle yet significant shift in Chiron's usually placid respiration, which had become increasingly strained. Through these moments, the young boy developed an acute discernment, learning to interpret the nuanced indicators of a body vigorously contending for recuperation. On the dawn of the fourth morning, Chiron's fever abated dramatically, much like the sun's triumphant ascent after an extended period of darkness. Beads of perspiration glistened on the centaur's brow, yet his skin now felt refreshingly cool to the touch, and his breathing deepened, settling into a steady rhythm. The critical phase had definitively passed, and both mentor and protege recognized that an event of profound significance had transpired. Asclepius had effectively traversed the crucial threshold, evolving from a mere observer to an active healer, transitioning from someone who merely assisted to an individual who assumed full responsibility. "You did well," Chiron uttered with disarming simplicity, yet his words resonated with the gravitas of formal acknowledgement, a clear endorsement of Asclepius's newfound capabilities. Asclepius, in turn, sensed an undeniable transformation had occurred deep within his own being. This pivotal transition unfolded with such imperceptible gradualness that Asclepius scarcely perceived its onset, much like the subtle encroachment of dawn across a vast forest canopy. One day, he was merely a diligent student, assiduously acquiring various medical techniques. The next, he found himself a burgeoning healer, making critical decisions that held the delicate balance between preservation of life and the inevitability of demise. As Asclepius transitioned into his adolescent years, reports of his remarkable abilities began to disseminate far beyond the confines of the secluded forest. Hunters, suffering from various injuries, actively sought out the centaur's hidden grotto, having been captivated by persistent whispers of a youthful practitioner who possessed the extraordinary capacity to perform what many described as genuine miracles. Chiron, observing with undisguised pride, watched as his diligent student attended to each patient with an unwavering, meticulous attention, irrespective of their societal standing or their financial capacity to offer remuneration. The young boy exhibited no trace of partiality, treating the affluent merchant and the impoverished woodcutter with equal measures of compassion and professional diligence. One particular evening, as they were seated by their crackling fire, diligently preparing various medicinal concoctions for the ensuing day, Chiron broached the subject of Asclepius's future, his words imbued with the measured wisdom of one who had witnessed numerous students arrive and ultimately depart. "You have assimilated every piece of knowledge I possess concerning the properties of plants and the intricacies of wounds," he declared, his hands expertly grinding dried herbs with a mortar and pestle rendered smooth and lustrous by centuries of continuous application. However, the art of healing encompasses far more than merely mending physical bodies. Dreams, fervent prayers, profound hope, and crushing despair. These, too, constitute integral facets of medicine. He then recounted to Asclepius tales of ancient sanctuaries where the practices of healing and profound spirituality were inextricably interwoven, places where suffering individuals sought not only corporeal remedies, but also a holistic revitalization of the spirit. "The innate gifts of your divine Father are evidently stirring within you," Chiron sagaciously observed, noting how medicinal flora seemed to respond with heightened efficacy to the boy's touch, and how patients under his care appeared to recuperate with accelerated swiftness. Soon, you will be compelled to ascertain the true meaning of being both divinely imbued and a dedicated healer. The centaur's pronouncements proved profoundly prescient. As Asclepius approached the precipice of manhood, his inherent healing capabilities began to transcend anything achievable through mere mortal erudition. Wounds, under the gentle ministrations of his hands, closed with remarkable rapidity. Fevers, upon his palms being laid upon burning foreheads, dissipated almost instantaneously. Plants, when harvested by him, seemed to amplify their intrinsic therapeutic properties, as if his touch alone awakened their deepest, most potent potential. Nevertheless, with the burgeoning acquisition of extraordinary power came a commensurate increase in significant responsibility. Asclepius gradually began to comprehend the profound rationale behind his father's decision to entrust him to this sagacious preceptor. Chiron had bestowed upon him more than just an encyclopedic medical knowledge. He had meticulously provided the foundational moral framework that would unerringly guide divine power towards compassionate service, rather than self-aggrandizing pride. The venerable centaur had unequivocally demonstrated that genuine healing serves the sanctity of life itself, not the inflated ego of the practitioner. On the momentous day, Asclepius finally departed the tranquil forest sanctuary to commence his vital work in the broader world. Chiron presented him with a staff, meticulously carved from a branch of the very tree beneath which they had first encountered each other. The wood felt remarkably smooth and warm to the touch, exquisitely seasoned by years of careful shaping and handling. "Remember," the centaur imparted, his voice resonant with ancient wisdom, "true healing necessitates both the profound wisdom to discern what actions ought to be undertaken and the essential humility to accept that which ultimately cannot be altered." As the nascent healer journeyed away from his sylvan abode, he moved with an inherent grace, effortlessly bridging disparate realms. He carried within him divine endowments, meticulously tempered by an abiding mortal compassion, wielding knowledge that had been rendered truly wise by profound understanding. The vulnerable infant Apollo had brought to these secluded woods had now matured into something entirely novel, neither wholly divine nor entirely human, yet perfectly poised to stand as an intermediary between these two worlds and diligently serve both. The inherent gentleness inherited from his mother and the profound wisdom instilled by his teacher would undoubtedly serve as his unwavering guides through the manifold challenges that lay ahead. The young Asclepius, departing from Chiron's secluded forest sanctuary, bore a simple leather satchel slung across his shoulder. One could almost feel the tangible weight of its humble contents. Within this unassuming bag lay the foundational instruments of healing, not shimmering magical artifacts imbued with divine radiance, but rather unpretentious tools that eloquently spoke of painstaking labor and meticulous observation. It is here that we discern a crucial truth. Even healing touched by the divine commences with the most mundane and accessible materials. One might envision him pausing at the periphery of a modest village, just as the morning sun began to pierce through the verdant olive groves. His initial patients would not seek him out due to any pre-existing divine renown. Instead, they would approach him because someone had taken notice of his gentle hands and the unhurried, non-judgmental manner in which he navigated their everyday world. In the ancient Hellenic world, the practice of medicine did not originate within grand marble temples, but rather in the bustling, dusty marketplaces, and the humble abodes where suffering perpetually awaited someone who possessed the empathetic capacity to genuinely listen. The leather satchel, deceptively simple, concealed secrets that would appear remarkably straightforward to contemporary sensibilities. It contained an assortment of bronze knives, each meticulously fashioned for distinct therapeutic applications. The smallest, no larger than a child's finger, was perfectly suited for the delicate extraction of thorns or the precise lancing of minor abscesses. A medium-sized blade, honed to an exquisite sharpness, capable of cutting through flesh with a whisper-like precision, was employed when expertly setting fractured bones. The largest knife, possessing a substantial weight in the hand, was reserved for the most grave surgical interventions, procedures that other healers often recoiled from attempting. Yet these knives represented merely the genesis of his toolkit. Swathed in soft linen, one would find bone needles, some perfectly straight, ideal for suturing wounds, others elegantly curved like a crescent moon, designed to access challenging anatomical regions. Thread, meticulously crafted from sheep's intestines, provided sutures that the body could naturally resorb as the healing process progressed. These instruments possessed no intrinsic magic beyond the consummate skill of the hands that wielded them, and the profound discernment of when and how to appropriately utilize each one. The villagers gradually congregated, drawn by the compelling narratives they had gleaned from passing travelers. Here stood a young man, they whispered, who had acquired his exceptional craft from the venerable centaur Chiron, a man who carried the unmistakable blessing of Apollo himself. However, what most profoundly impressed them was not his divine lineage. It was the humble, empathetic manner in which he knelt beside a sickly child, meticulously checking her pulse with fingers that seemed to possess an innate understanding of precisely what they sought. One could readily picture Asclepius meticulously unpacking his various medicinal preparations in that nascent village, observed by inquisitive children who peered cautiously from behind their mother's skirts. Clay vessels meticulously held a diverse array of dried herbs: willow bark, renowned for its pain-relieving properties; honey, a natural antiseptic invaluable for preventing infection; and poppy extract, essential for inducing profound sleep when surgical procedures were unavoidable. Each pot was scrupulously labeled with intricate symbols comprehensible only to trained healers, a rudimentary pharmacy, yet one that encapsulated the accumulated wisdom of countless centuries. Imagine him at work on his very first morning as an autonomous healer. An elderly farmer, visibly favoring his left leg, approached with a pronounced limp, a condition that rendered his daily agricultural duties nearly impossible. Instead of immediately prescribing a remedy, Asclepius began by asking a series of probing questions. When did this pain commence? Does it intensify in the morning or the evening? Could you precisely indicate the area where it troubles you most? The ensuing examination would appear strikingly familiar to any modern medical practitioner. Asclepius carefully palpated the farmer's leg with discerning hands, assessing the range of motion in the joints, and keenly observing the man's countenance for any telltale signs of discomfort. He ultimately diagnosed an old injury that had never properly mended, leading to persistent inflammation that exacerbated with each day's arduous labor. The prescribed solution was far from dramatic: a poultice concocted from specific herbs to mitigate swelling, a series of exercises designed to fortify the supporting musculature, and pragmatic counsel regarding appropriate periods of rest. Yet, it was precisely here that his divine heritage subtly manifested itself. As Asclepius meticulously prepared the herbal remedy, something truly extraordinary transpired. The plants appeared to respond with heightened efficacy to his touch, releasing their inherent healing properties far more readily than they would for ordinary hands. The resultant mixture did not merely possess the aroma of medicine, it exuded an palpable sense of hope that instilled in both healer and patient a profound belief in the genuine possibility of relief. Word of his exceptional abilities spread rapidly throughout the small communities, and by afternoon, a queue of patients patiently awaited outside the unpretentious dwelling where Asclepius had established his nascent practice. Each individual case provided him with invaluable new insights into the practical application of Chiron's teachings. A mother brought her infant, suffering from a persistent cough. He prescribed steam from boiled herbs and patiently demonstrated techniques to facilitate the child's breathing. A young man with infected lacerations sustained during farm work received meticulous cleansing and bandages steeped in honey, nature's own potent antibiotic. One might justifiably ponder how a youthful healer learned to wield such potentially formidable instruments without inadvertently causing more harm than good. The unequivocal answer lay in unwavering patience and rigorous, careful observation. Asclepius initially honed his surgical skills on deceased animals, diligently learning how flesh responded to various types of incisions, how bones could be expertly mended, and how blood flowed and could be effectively controlled. Every technique was painstakingly tested and meticulously refined before he ever dared to apply it to a living patient. His instruments evolved synchronously with the expansion of his practice. Asclepius began to craft specialized tools for diverse healing procedures, slender bronze probes for meticulously exploring wounds without inflicting additional trauma, curved forceps for the precise extraction of foreign objects from cuts, and even small saws for those desperate instances where damaged bone necessitated removal to preserve a limb. His collection of herbs grew increasingly sophisticated as he journeyed from one village to another. He became adept at recognizing regional variations within familiar plant species, discovering that the same botanical specimen might possess differing potencies depending on local soil conditions and prevailing climate. A detailed journal served as a meticulous record, not merely documenting which herbs were effective for which ailments, but also precisely when to harvest them for maximal efficacy, how to properly dry and store them, and which synergistic combinations unlocked novel healing possibilities. However, among the venerable instruments in his possession, the most invaluable was not forged from bronze or iron. It was his profound capacity for attentive listening. Ancient Greek medical practitioners inherently grasped a truth that modern healthcare, at times, appears to overlook. The journey toward recovery commences with a genuine comprehension of the patient's narrative. Asclepius cultivated an extraordinary aptitude for discerning not merely the physical manifestations of illness, but the entirety of the individual, recognizing the intricate interplay of apprehension, aspirations, and familial circumstances upon the healing process. One tranquil autumn evening, while Asclepius meticulously arranged his medicinal preparations by the flickering glow of an oil lamp, a deeper philosophical insight into Chiron's teachings began to coalesce within his mind. The instruments themselves, he realized, held less significance than the profound wisdom dictating their judicious application. A surgical blade, wielded without discernment, possessed the potential to inflict injury rather than to mend. Herbal concoctions, misapplied, could administer poison instead of offering curative properties. The true essence of skill resided not in the mere ownership of potent instruments, but in the cultivation of sagacity to employ them with precision and appropriateness. This profound realization fundamentally reshaped his therapeutic methodology. Rather than impulsively deploying his most impressive instruments, Asclepius initiated his interventions with the most straightforward approaches. Frequently, what initially presented as an intricate medical conundrum yielded to a surprisingly simple resolution. Enhanced nutritional intake, adequate repose, a reduction in psychological strain, or merely the solace derived from being genuinely heard and understood by an individual deeply invested in one's welfare. Surgical instruments, in his philosophy, represented medicine's ultimate recourse, never its preliminary response. Asclepius garnered a distinguished reputation for assiduously avoiding superfluous procedures, prioritizing conservative treatments, and resorting to surgical intervention solely when absolutely indispensable. This prudent approach spared innumerable patients from the additional trauma associated with invasive procedures that might paradoxically inflict more detriment than benefit. As the seasons transitioned and his expertise ripened, other practitioners of healing began to seek his counsel, eager to assimilate his methodologies and borrow his specialized tools. Asclepius extended a cordial welcome to these eager pupils, intuitively understanding that medical wisdom flourishes and strengthens through dissemination, rather than through exclusionary hoarding. He commenced instructing others not merely in the practical application of specific instruments, but in cultivating the analytical mindset of a healer. Observing with meticulous attention, critically challenging preconceived notions, and consistently considering the holistic individual rather than being narrowly focused on isolated symptoms. As one traces Asclepius's trajectory from one settlement to another, witnessing his meticulous refinement of instruments and techniques, it becomes evident how this robust, practical foundation meticulously prepared him for the more enigmatic dimensions of healing that lay ahead. Dreams and prophetic visions, sacred temple rituals, and spiritual remedies all found their underpinning in this solid groundwork of tangible medical knowledge. The precise scalpel and the fervent prayer harmoniously converged, each augmenting the efficacy of the other. The unpretentious leather satchel that once contained all his worldly possessions gradually evolved into a comprehensive medical dispensary. Cases brimming with instruments, shelves laden with diverse medicaments, and volumes filled with insightful observations collectively laid the groundwork for the nascent medical academy of the ancient world. Yet, at the very core of this expanding enterprise remained those foundational implements. Bronze knives maintained in pristine sharpness through daily application, herb jars perpetually replenished, and needles, worn smooth by the gentle hands that had meticulously sutured thousands of lacerations. Perhaps the most striking characteristic of Asclepius's philosophy regarding healing instruments was its unwavering practicality. Despite his inherent divine lineage, he ostensibly possessed the power to invoke celestial forces, to instantly eradicate any affliction. However, he deliberately chose to operate within the constraints of mortal medicine, progressively enhancing its capabilities through diligent observation and persistent endeavor. This deliberate choice suggested a profound truth about the intrinsic nature of authentic healing, that its greatest efficacy is realized when it respectfully integrates both human skill and divine empathy. The humble leather bag concealed treasures that, to contemporary sensibilities, might appear exceedingly modest, yet they embodied centuries of accumulated sagacity. Within its confines were bronze knives of such exceptional keenness that they could precisely incise infected tissue without causing collateral damage to healthy flesh. Small, unadorned clay vessels held finely pulverized herbs, willow bark, renowned for its analgesic properties, poppy seeds, prized for their soporific effects, and mint leaves, utilized to alleviate gastric distress. Strips of pristine linen, repeatedly laundered until they attained the suppleness of silk, awaited their transformation into bandages. A collection of bronze needles, as delicate as individual hairs, possessed the remarkable ability to meticulously close wounds that would otherwise resist proper healing. One might justifiably ponder how such ostensibly simple instruments could potentially facilitate miraculous recoveries. However, Asclepius grasped a fundamental truth that modern medicine sometimes inadvertently neglects. Healing transpires not merely through the physical instruments themselves, but through the skilled and compassionate hands that wield them. Observe him as he meticulously examines his inaugural patient, an elderly farmer whose debilitating arthritis rendered every movement agonizing. Asclepius did not immediately reach for medicinal preparations. Instead, he posed a series of insightful questions that no one had previously taken the initiative to ask. "When does the pain manifest with greatest intensity?" he inquired, seating himself beside the man on a wooden bench, its surface burnished smooth by years of diligent use. "What alleviates it? What exacerbates it?" His hands, with a touch so remarkably gentle it astonished both the patient and observing onlookers, explored the swollen joints. This was not merely a diagnostic process. It was an eloquent discourse between healer and body, conducted in the nuanced language of meticulous attention. From the depths of his bag, Asclepius carefully withdrew a diminutive clay pot containing an oil infused with herbs, a preparation method meticulously imparted to him by Chiron. The creation of this unguent was a protracted process, spanning weeks. The precise collection of the appropriate botanicals at their optimal developmental stage, their subsequent desiccation under specific environmental conditions, and their eventual amalgamation with oil pressed from the finest olives. Yet, as he skillfully massaged the preparation into the farmer's afflicted joints, an immediate expression of relief became discernible on the old man's countenance. "The gods have bestowed their blessings upon your hands, young one," the farmer uttered. But Asclepius gently shook his head. "The true blessing resides within the plants themselves," he humbly rejoined. "I have merely endeavored to heed their silent teachings." This characteristic humility would become his enduring hallmark, as he consistently refrained from attributing divine power to accomplishments that were, in fact, the fruits of meticulous observation and patient scholarly pursuit. As accounts of his remarkable abilities disseminated, Asclepius began to attract an increasing number of intricate medical cases. A distressed woman presented her child, consumed by a persistent fever that had endured for several days. The local wise women had exhausted their traditional remedies without success, and desperation compelled the mother to seek assistance from this enigmatic young stranger who carried the promise of healing within a simple satchel. Asclepius knelt beside the child's small bed, meticulously noting the accelerated respiration, the flushed epidermal surface, and the subtle tremors of the diminutive body despite its elevated temperature. From his diverse collection of instruments, he deliberately selected not medicinal compounds, but a piece of immaculately clean linen, thoroughly saturated in cool water. Occasionally, he elucidated to the anxious mother, the body requires assistance in regulating its temperature before it can commence the healing process. He demonstrated to her the precise method of positioning the cool compresses on the child's forehead and wrists, areas where blood vessels coursed close to the skin's surface. From another earthenware vessel, he carefully measured precise quantities of dried herbs, elderflower, intended to stimulate diaphoresis, chamomile, chosen for its calming properties to soothe the restless spirit, and a touch of honey, added to render the potentially bitter infusion palatable to young lips. The meticulous preparation of this medicinal concoction served as a calming ritual for the mother, almost as much as it benefited the ailing child. Healing is as much a product of hope as it is of herbs, Asclepius sagely observed, as they patiently awaited the abatement of the fever. When we empower individuals with the knowledge to aid themselves, we restore their agency over illness. The mother, observing her child's breathing gradually decelerate and deepen, comprehended for the first time that she was not entirely powerless in the face of sickness. He meticulously cleansed the wound using wine, elucidating to the shepherd that certain spirits within the liquid possessed the capacity to combat the unseen adversaries responsible for infection. The young man clenched his teeth as Asclepius carefully explored the damaged tissue, systematically removing dirt and lacerated flesh with movements as precise as those of a sculptor meticulously shaping marble. Present pain often preempts greater future suffering, the healer explained. At times, compassion necessitates inflicting temporary discomfort to avert permanent detriment. However, not all of Asclepius's implements were inherently gentle. When a young shepherd presented with a profound laceration on his leg, inflicted by the fangs of a wolf and already exhibiting nascent signs of infection, a more decisive intervention became imperative. The injury demanded a level of surgical dexterity that rigorously tested every aspect of the anatomical knowledge imparted by Chiron. From his bag emerged a collection of bronze instruments that gleamed with the brilliance of captured sunlight. The knives themselves were veritable works of art, their blades honed to an exquisite perfection, and their handles meticulously wrapped in leather to ensure an unyielding grip. Yet, Asclepius handled them with the profound reverence due to tools that possess the dual capacity to either heal or harm, contingent upon the proficiency of their wielder. As the weeks progressed, Asclepius's reputation burgeoned, not solely for his extraordinary healing proficiencies, but also for his benevolent willingness to impart knowledge to others. He instructed local women in the meticulous preparation of herbal remedies designed to treat common ailments. He educated young men on the proper techniques for setting fractured bones and meticulously cleansing wounds. His unassuming bag of tools thus transformed into a peripatetic academy of medical science. The bronze needles were then brought into play, as Asclepius meticulously closed the wound with sutures so exquisitely neat that they appeared more decorative than functionally necessary. Each stitch was positioned with mathematical precision, meticulously drawing the edges of the torn flesh together in perfect alignment. The shepherd observed in profound astonishment as his gaping wound was transformed into a clean, linear incision that promised complete healing rather than persistent festering. "How do you discern where to incise and where to suture?" the young man inquired, prompting Asclepius to momentarily pause his work and contemplate the question. "Every individual body narrates its own distinct story," he thoughtfully responded. The blood reveals its desired course of flow. The muscles indicate their preferred orientation. I simply endeavor to listen to their unspoken narrative and assist them in recalling their inherent capacity for wholeness. Yet, the efficacy of any instrument is ultimately determined by the sagacity that directs its application. Asclepius consistently reminded his pupils of the profound principles that underpinned every technique. These implements merely extend our physical reach, he elucidated during an impromptu discourse beneath the dappled shade of a market square's venerable trees. However, they possess no capacity to amplify our emotional connection. It is compassion, above all, that imbues every other tool with true power. "What compels you to divulge your profound knowledge?" inquired a seasoned physician from a nearby metropolis, his voice tinged with a degree of envy regarding the burgeoning renown of the youthful healer. "Do you not harbor apprehension concerning potential rivalry?" Asclepius appeared genuinely perplexed by the query. "The breadth of human suffering is far too immense for any singular practitioner to alleviate," he responded with unadorned sincerity. "The greater the number of hands proficient in the art of healing, the lesser the prevalence of pain across the globe." This foundational tenet initiated a profound metamorphosis within the very practice of medicine. Rather than meticulously guarding insights as if they were invaluable treasures, Asclepius pioneered the establishment of the inaugural collaborative network of healers, fostering the open exchange of methodologies and groundbreaking discoveries. He meticulously instructed them on the fabrication of their own instruments, guided them to sources for the finest raw materials, and clarified which specific techniques proved most efficacious for particular afflictions. His iconic leather satchel thus evolved into a quintessential blueprint, replicated across the entire Hellenic world. As this exploration of Asclepius's groundbreaking medical methodologies approaches its conclusion, one cannot help but recognize the truly revolutionary character of his approach. In an era where curative practices were frequently perceived as either mystical rites or direct divine intercession, he steadfastly advocated for a tangible comprehension of the human body's intrinsic mechanisms. He is credited with conceiving the initial systematic framework for medicine, establishing the first formal academies of medical thought, and orchestrating the first interconnected community of adept healers. The veracity of this philosophy was strikingly illustrated when a gravely afflicted mendicant arrived, desperately seeking succor that every other healer had deemed beyond their purview. The man's malady was in an advanced and agonizing state, his physique visibly marked by years of profound neglect. Most other physicians would have summarily dismissed him as irremediable. Yet, Asclepius, with an unwavering commitment, reached for his medical bag, extending the identical meticulous care he afforded his affluent clientele. The instruments he employed were indistinguishable, the very same bronze scalpels, the identical herbal concoctions, the same pristine linen bandages. However, the profound empathy with which he administered these treatments utterly transformed both the therapeutic process and the patient's experience. Even in instances where a complete recovery remains elusive, he imparted to his attentive disciples, we possess the constant capacity to provide solace. Occasionally, that very comfort lays the groundwork for a healing outcome previously considered unattainable. Perhaps most significantly, he perpetually remembered that the most sophisticated implement contained within his bag was kindness itself. Each gleaming bronze blade was guided by an unwavering sense of compassion. Every botanical remedy meticulously prepared with heartfelt devotion, and every linen dressing meticulously applied with an enduring spark of hope. His instruments may have been simple in their construction, but the profound human spirit that directed their application possessed an infinite reservoir of solicitude. And so we envision Asclepius continuing his tireless work in that modest village, his familiar leather satchel lying open beside him as he diligently attends to an unceasing procession of individuals seeking relief. The transformative instruments of healing emanated outwards from his gentle hands, much like concentric ripples expanding across a tranquil pond, conveying alleviation to distant corners of the world where suffering had, for too long, remained unaddressed. In the ancient epoch, the art of healing encompassed far more than mere physical remedies. As Asclepius's distinguished reputation continued to flourish, individuals began to approach him with afflictions that conventional botanical treatments alone proved incapable of touching. It was at this juncture that his divine lineage manifested itself with remarkable clarity, not through ostentatious miracles, but rather through his extraordinary acumen in discerning the enigmatic interrelationship between dreams and the process of healing, a profound insight that would subsequently form the cornerstone of temple medicine. One might readily imagine observing Asclepius as he pays a visit to a woman who has endured months of debilitating, persistent headaches. Despite numerous applications of willow bark tea and soothing compresses, no lasting relief has been found. Her eyes betray a profound desperation as she recounts countless nights spent restlessly pacing her humble abode, utterly unable to achieve repose. Her devoted husband observes her plight helplessly, acutely aware that his wife's ceaseless agony has now become the central axis around which their entire familial existence unhappily revolves. "Kindly share with me the content of your dreams," Asclepius murmurs softly, settling himself beside her bed with the characteristic patient attentiveness that had become his defining trait. The unusual request initially takes her by surprise. What conceivable connection could nocturnal visions bear to the relentless throbbing within her temples? Yet something in his gentle demeanor fosters an atmosphere of candor, and she begins to articulate the peculiar phantasms that visit her during the fleeting moments when utter exhaustion finally claims her consciousness. She vividly describes dreaming of a cavernous, darkened grotto filled with torrents of rushing water, where she stands, ceaselessly calling out for her lost child. The mournful sound reverberates endlessly, echoing off the unyielding stone walls that appear to constrict with each passing instant. She invariably awakens from this recurring dream with her headache significantly intensified, her heart pounding with an unidentifiable grief. "But I have no child that is lost," she protests to Asclepius, her voice laced with confusion. "My offspring are grown and thriving." Why then does this particular dream incessantly torment me? Asclepius listens with the same meticulous concentration he once applied to Chiron's lessons concerning the nuanced signs embedded within the forest's ecosystem. He intrinsically understands that dreams frequently communicate through intricate symbols, unveiling profound truths that the conscious intellect often struggles to confront directly. Through a series of gentle, probing inquiries, he gradually uncovers the detail of a miscarriage she had endured years prior, a profound loss she had suppressed so deeply that her waking awareness seldom acknowledged its existence. Your physical form retains the memory of what your heart endeavors to forget, he explains with a tender tone. Occasionally, pain traverses subterranean pathways, much like water flowing through hidden caves, ultimately surfacing in unexpected locations. His prescription extends beyond mere herbal remedies for her headaches. He counsels a specific ritual of mourning for the unborn child who never drew breath. Provide your sorrow with a legitimate outlet, he suggests, and it may cease to manifest as physical pain in other parts of your being. This interpretive methodology subsequently evolved into a consistent pattern as Asclepius progressively refined his comprehension of healing through the realm of dreams. He cultivated an extraordinary aptitude for deciphering the symbolic lexicon of the sleeping psyche, meticulously interpreting visions that unveiled concealed origins of illness. A man haunted by dreams of drowning might, for instance, uncover a deep-seated fear of relinquishing control. A woman persistently pursued in her nocturnal narratives might come to terms with her profound anxiety regarding an unhappy marital union. Remarkably, physical ailments frequently dissipated once long-neglected emotional wounds finally received the requisite attention and care. One might reasonably ponder the genesis of Asclepius's remarkably unconventional approach to medical practice. The explanation resides partly in his inherent divine heritage, for deities frequently communicate through prophetic dreams and visions, but predominantly in his singular willingness to attend to facets of human experience that other healers routinely disregarded. He observed that patients frequently alluded to their dreams, and he consequently began to accord these nocturnal narratives the same serious consideration he applied to their tangible physical symptoms. News of the youthful healer who achieved cures through the interpretation of dreams spread far and wide, prompting pilgrims from distant lands to embark on special pilgrimages to seek his specialized assistance. However, Asclepius did not merely analyze their visions. He actively instructed them on how to deliberately invite healing dreams themselves. Sleep functions as a profound portal, he elucidated to a congregation of patients assembled within a hallowed grove of ancient trees. When we approach it with appropriate reverence and preparation, we can traverse its threshold into realms where genuine healing awaits. He meticulously demonstrated the preparatory rituals for therapeutic sleep, bathing in refreshing spring water to purify both the corporeal and spiritual essences, fasting to quiet the incessant chatter of the conscious mind, and igniting specific aromatic herbs whose fragrant smoke carried supplications to the benevolent gods of healing. The entire preparatory process became as intrinsically important as the dreams themselves, effectively carving out a sacred space for the divine to permeate everyday existence. Envision the scene as Asclepius meticulously prepares a designated sleeping chamber for a prosperous merchant whose chronic stomach complaints have steadfastly resisted every conventional therapeutic intervention. The room, though unadorned, is arranged with exquisite precision. Freshly laundered linen graces a comfortable resting place. The walls are adorned with serene depictions of tranquil landscapes, and a modest altar holds reverent offerings dedicated to the healing deities. The gentle strains of soft, ethereal music waft from adjacent chambers where other patients peacefully slumber in their own healing repose. The visions that visit you tonight may illuminate the precise path toward your restoration of wellness. Asclepius gently informs the merchant as the evening shadows begin to lengthen. Do not attempt to coerce these visions. Allow them to emerge organically, much like birds instinctively returning to their familiar roosts. Whatever you perceive, endeavor to recall it with utmost clarity. Even dreams that appear perplexing often contain the nascent seeds of profound understanding. He then thoughtfully places a small parchment scroll and a slender writing reed beside the bed, keenly aware that dream recollections tend to dissipate rapidly unless promptly transcribed into words. During his healing sleep, the merchant dreams of an opulent banquet, where he finds himself seated alone at a table groaning under the weight of sumptuous delicacies. Yet he is utterly unable to partake because his mouth is inexplicably sewn shut with a glistening golden thread. Each time he attempts to rupture this binding thread, it paradoxically thickens and becomes even more restrictive. Upon awakening and recounting this vivid vision to Asclepius, the healer nods with an immediate flash of recognition. Your stomach troubles arise because your words are ensnared. Asclepius interprets sagaciously. What truths have you been unable to articulate? Through a careful and empathetic dialogue, they uncover the merchant's long-standing, festering resentment towards a former business associate who had defrauded him years ago. This deeply unexpressed anger had, quite literally, been corroding his digestive system, engendering tangible physical symptoms stemming from this emotional toxin. Asclepius's prescription encompasses not only soothing herbal preparations for the stomach, but also a prescribed ritualistic confrontation where the merchant can finally voice his suppressed truth. Occasionally, the journey toward healing demands as much courage as it does medicinal intervention. The healer profoundly observes. Your dream vividly presented the golden thread, valuable in appearance, yet profoundly constricting. While truth may exact a precious cost, silence in the long run costs far more. As Asclepius's stellar reputation for healing through dream interpretation continued its widespread dissemination, he began to discern discernible patterns within the visions that regularly visited his patients. Certain potent symbols reappeared with striking regularity, snakes often signifying profound transformation, water consistently symbolizing emotional purification, caves frequently indicating hidden wisdom, and trees suggesting gradual growth and enduring healing over the passage of time. He diligently commenced maintaining meticulous records of these recurring dream symbols and their associated interpretations, thereby originating the first truly systematic methodology for therapeutic dream analysis. Therapeutic dream interpretation. Yet, the most profound nocturnal experiences were those that seemed to emanate directly from the divine realm. Patients frequently recounted vivid apparitions of Asclepius manifesting within their slumber, imparting precise therapeutic guidance, or executing astonishing restorative acts that seamlessly transitioned into their waking existence. These celestial visitations simultaneously perplexed and profoundly modest the physician, who grappled with the enigma of how his likeness could appear to individuals, while he himself reposed in his own bed, many miles distant. He pondered this conundrum, sharing his thoughts with a contemporary practitioner seeking to learn his unique approaches. He speculated that perhaps the very act of healing generates an independent existence, suggesting that when our entire being is devoted to alleviating distress, our essence transcends mere corporeal existence. Our unwavering resolve to restore health develops an autonomous vitality, reaching out to those in their direst moments of need. This enigmatic facet of his therapeutic practice simultaneously captivated and disquieted him, prompting him to grapple with the elusive boundary separating mortal proficiency from supernatural intercession. The elucidation he sought manifested within his own nocturnal visions, which had intensified in clarity and potency as his therapeutic capacities blossomed. He dreamed of standing in an expansive, venerable library, its shelves laden with countless ancient scrolls encapsulating the accumulated medical wisdom of every civilization and historical epoch. A venerable personage he instantly identified as his divine progenitor, Apollo, materialized before him. However, this apparition was devoid of the typical celestial splendor. Rather, he presented himself as an aged, benevolent physician, his hands visibly marked by the enduring calluses indicative of a lifetime dedicated to the selfless service of humanity. The dream manifested Apollo addressed him with a soothing tone, stating, "You are troubled by the origin of your inherent talents, yet healing itself constitutes the fundamental wellspring. With each instance you alleviate suffering, you draw upon the identical reservoir that nourishes all empathy and benevolent sentiment. We, the gods, do not possess healing. Rather, we are its devoted servants, precisely as you are." This profound dream bestowed upon Asclepius the profound serenity he had diligently pursued, as he comprehended at last that his extraordinary aptitudes emanated from a force far transcending either mere celestial might or human ingenuity. Empowered by this newfound, profound insight, Asclepius commenced imparting his knowledge to fellow practitioners of the healing arts. He meticulously instructed them on cultivating optimal environments conducive to restorative and therapeutically beneficial sleep, detailing methods for ensuring tranquility and comfort. He demonstrated techniques for discerning the meanings embedded within ubiquitous dream imagery and archetypes, and guiding them in assisting individuals to comprehend the intricate linkages between their nocturnal visions and their physical or psychological afflictions. He elucidated his philosophy, declaring, "Dreams serve as missives penned by the corporeal form to the ethereal essence of the soul." He added, "Our fundamental role is to empower individuals to decipher these personal communications, their very own correspondence." This innovative methodology disseminated rapidly across the Hellenic realm, ultimately establishing itself as a formalized practice within the hallowed sanctuaries that would, in due course, bear Asclepius's revered appellation. Devout pilgrims would undertake arduous journeys, traversing vast distances, often spanning hundreds of miles, to repose within specially consecrated chambers, where it was believed that curative dreams would manifest to those who approached with appropriate spiritual preparation and a genuine pressing need for solace. Nevertheless, the bedrock upon which all these subsequent traditions were erected originated in those nascent periods when a youthful, dedicated healer first acquired the profound skill of attentive listening to the subtle lexicon of slumber. In contemplating this remarkable odyssey of dream-based therapeutics, one might naturally begin to ponder the significance of their own nocturnal narratives and the potential profound messages they might convey. Asclepius, through his extensive observations, ascertained that the somnolent intellect frequently perceives resolutions and insights which often remain elusive to the vigilant, conscious mind. He realized that the very act of repose possesses inherent medicinal qualities, acting as a potent restorative, and furthermore, he understood that the path to recovery occasionally necessitates venturing into metaphorical darkness to ultimately unearth illumination and clarity. Perchance, as one prepares for slumber this very evening, they might recall his profound yet gentle sagacity, which posited dreams as essential gateways to deeper understanding. Perhaps individuals will cultivate a heightened awareness of the imagery that graces their periods of rest, diligently seeking out the symbolic representations and narratives that their inherent, unconscious healer endeavors to communicate. And should the concept of curative dreams appear excessively esoteric or mystical for contemporary sensibilities, it is pertinent to recall that modern scientific inquiry has now substantiated what Asclepius intuitively grasped centuries ago, namely, that sleep is the critical physiological period during which the physical body undertakes vital processes of self-repair and regeneration, when the intellect actively processes and begins to mend emotional traumas and psychological distress, and when the enigmatic yet undeniable nexus between corporeal well-being and spiritual equilibrium manifests with unparalleled clarity and significance. With the widespread dissemination of accounts detailing Asclepius's extraordinary therapeutic prowess throughout the entirety of Greece, a truly extraordinary phenomenon commenced unfolding. Various communities initiated the ambitious construction of dedicated sanctuaries, consecrated entirely to the diverse facets of the healing arts. These were sacred sites, where the tangible, practical medical knowledge assimilated from the wise centaur Chiron seamlessly integrated with the profound spiritual components essential for holistic recovery. Crucially, these establishments were not conceived as ostentatious testaments to human vanity or self-aggrandizement. Rather, they were meticulously planned environments, thoughtfully engineered as havens where profound suffering could, through dedicated care and spiritual immersion, gradually transmute into a revitalizing sense of hope and renewed purpose. An observer might envision standing upon an elevated hillside, gazing down upon the nascent construction of the inaugural Asclepieion, the revered appellation by which these therapeutic temples would henceforth be known. The selection of this particular site was far from arbitrary or coincidental. It was strategically situated adjacent to a pristine natural spring, whose life-giving waters had, for countless generations, been venerated as possessing inherent sacred properties. The entire area was enveloped by verdant groves of ancient trees, offering not only welcome respite and cooling shade, but also yielding an abundance of potent medicinal herbs. The visionary architects of the era possessed an innate comprehension that the most efficacious healing transpired within locales where the very essence of nature appeared to subtly murmur assurances of rejuvenation and restorative vitality, a profound connection between the environment and well-being. One could discern the meticulous foresight and deliberate planning which informed every single dimension of the sanctuary's architectural and environmental conception. The principal temple structure ascended gracefully in a series of gentle, harmonious terraces, each level meticulously conforming to the inherent topography and undulations of the hillside, thereby fashioning environments that conveyed a profound sense of natural integration rather than appearing as artificial intrusions. Expansive, welcoming porticos offered essential protection from both the intense glare of the sun and inclement rainfall, simultaneously facilitating the unrestricted circulation of invigorating, fresh air throughout the complex. The surrounding gardens were cultivated with a dual purpose, not merely for their aesthetic appeal, but crucially for their intrinsic therapeutic attributes, with fragrant lavender strategically placed to assuage anxious states of mind. Refreshing mint cultivated for its capacity to calm digestive discomforts, and exquisitely scented roses, whose delicate aroma was believed to elevate the human spirit and foster emotional upliftment. Particular emphasis and meticulous consideration were devoted to the design of the sleeping chambers. These were conceived in strict adherence to the fundamental principles Asclepius himself had painstakingly ascertained over his extensive tenure of engaging with and understanding the dynamics of therapeutic dreams. Every individual room was oriented precisely towards the east, positioned to capture the inaugural rays of the rising sun. A deliberate choice intended to facilitate a gentle, natural awakening for patients, thereby preventing the abrupt disturbance of their profoundly restorative slumber. The interior walls of these reposeful spaces were adorned with meticulously rendered frescoes depicting serene and tranquil natural vistas, featuring scenes of verdant meadows where sheep grazed in placid tranquility, expansive seashores where soft, rhythmic waves caressed golden sandy beaches, and secluded forest clearings where shafts of dappled sunlight delicately pierced through the ancient, interwoven canopy of leaves, creating an atmosphere of profound calm. Yet, arguably, the most visionary and pioneering architectural element was the centrally located, perfectly circular edifice nestled at the very core of the sanctuary complex. This structure was ingeniously purposed for what contemporary observers might readily identify as an early form of communal therapy. Within its embracing walls, individuals suffering from various ailments congregated to openly articulate their personal narratives, express their deepest anxieties, and voice their aspirations for recovery and restoration. Asclepius possessed a profound comprehension of a fundamental truth that modern medical science is presently in the process of re-evaluating and re-embracing, namely, that social seclusion frequently exacerbates the severity and duration of illness, whereas a supportive communal environment can exert an extraordinarily potent therapeutic influence. He conveyed this crucial insight to the collaborating architects during the planning phase for the circular chamber's acoustical properties, stating succinctly, "When sorrow is shared, its burden is diminished by half." The meticulously engineered dome ceiling was specifically crafted to ensure that even the softest, most hushed utterances would resonate with impeccable clarity to every single listener present, thereby fostering a profound sense of intimacy and connection within a space capacious enough to comfortably accommodate scores of individuals. It was often observed that the moment patients grasped the comforting realization of their shared human experience in suffering, the process of healing commenced. Remarkably, even prior to the administration of any physical remedies or treatments. Even as the architectural endeavor remained in its developmental stages, the vanguard of pilgrims began to arrive. Their journey was spurred by burgeoning accounts of astonishing cures and an unprecedented standard of empathetic, humane care. These early supplicants arrived, metaphorically burdened by their afflictions, which they carried as if they were oppressive, weighty bundles, many navigating the terrain with labored, agonizing steps, while others, too infirm to walk, were carefully transported on litters borne by devoted and solicitous family members. An observer would most prominently note in these initial patients a compelling dichotomy, a delicate interplay of burgeoning hope tempered by an understandable undercurrent of skepticism. Having frequently sought succor from numerous previous healers, they had often been met with bitter disappointment, their aspirations dashed by unfulfilled promises and ineffective treatments. Nevertheless, from the very instant they traversed the threshold of the Asclepians' entrance, an intangible yet palpable distinction permeated the atmosphere, setting it apart from all their prior experiences. It might have been the serene yet highly effective demeanor of the sacerdotal figures and the attending staff, who greeted every new arrival with solicitous inquiries concerning their immediate comfort and needs, conspicuously foregoing any initial demands for financial recompense, a stark contrast to conventional practices. Alternatively, the pervasive aura of tranquil intentionality that permeated the sanctuary itself may have been the defining factor. A place where every element, from the deliberate positioning of seating arrangements to the thoughtful selection of botanical species, appeared meticulously conceived to foster profound inner peace, rather than to ostentatiously display affluence or grandeur. Asclepius, the visionary healer, himself traversed the bustling construction grounds with the focused grace and comprehensive oversight of a master conductor meticulously orchestrating an intricate symphonic composition. He engaged in detailed discussions with the skilled stonemasons, delving into the nuanced thermal characteristics of various types of marble, inquiring which varieties would best maintain a refreshing coolness during the oppressive summer heat, and simultaneously retain a comforting warmth amidst the biting winter chills. He conferred extensively with the resident gardeners regarding the intricate seasonal cycles and optimal cultivation of medicinal flora, thereby guaranteeing an uninterrupted supply of potent, fresh herbs for therapeutic purposes across all seasons. Indeed, no minutia was deemed insignificant for his discerning scrutiny, provided it held even the slightest potential to influence a patient's holistic well-being or comfort. One might naturally ponder the mechanisms by which intelligence regarding the sanctuary's efficacy proliferated, especially in an era devoid of contemporary means of rapid communication and widespread media. The profound solution resided inherently within the patients themselves, who, upon their successful restoration and return to their respective home communities, effectively transformed into fervent ambassadors for the Asclepian mode of healing. Consider, for instance, the case of a merchant whose debilitating chronic joint pain vanished entirely following a mere month of therapeutic immersion at the sanctuary. He diligently recounted to every individual he encountered the astonishing efficacy of the treatments he had received. Similarly, a mother whose child had made a full recovery from a devastating wasting disease took it upon herself to orchestrate and lead pilgrimages for other desperate families confronting analogous medical crises. Collectively, these compelling narratives of recovery and transformation forged an extensive organic network of informal yet highly potent advertising whose influence extended far and wide, permeating the entire Hellenic world and even reaching regions beyond its conventional borders. Before long, solicitations began to emanate from far-flung urban centers, each seeking guidance and assistance in founding their own localized Asclepia. Asclepius judiciously responded to these overtures by meticulously training specialized contingents of sacerdotal figures and medical practitioners. individuals capable of disseminating and implementing his distinctive therapeutic methodologies in novel geographical settings. However, he adamantly stipulated that every single sanctuary must be thoughtfully tailored and harmonized with its specific local environment and the unique requirements of its surrounding community. He famously articulated this principle to an influential delegation from Athens, who had expressed a desire to replicate the original sanctuary precisely, declaring, "The art of healing cannot be manufactured en masse, akin to the production of common pottery." Shukikame, he further elaborated. Instead, each distinct community is obligated to unearth its singular trajectory towards holistic wellness, precisely as every individual patient necessitates a uniquely customized and personalized regimen of care. This foundational philosophical tenet thus guaranteed that while all Asclepiae uniformly adhered to a shared core of therapeutic principles, each institution organically cultivated its own distinctive character, specialized focus, and particular areas of expertise. The revered sanctuary, situated along the sun-drenched coast of Epidaurus, achieved widespread renown for its exceptional efficacy in addressing respiratory ailments and pulmonary conditions. This success was largely attributed to its strategic utilization of the invigorating, saline-rich sea breezes, which were believed to possess a remarkable capacity for clearing congested lungs and promoting easier respiration. Conversely, the lofty mountain temple nestled in Tithareia developed a distinct specialization in the meticulous treatment of physical injuries and the mending of fractured bones, leveraging the pristine, unpolluted air and the therapeutic mineral springs abundant in its elevated altitude to significantly accelerate the processes of recovery and bone regeneration. Meanwhile, the bustling urban sanctuary established within the vibrant metropolis of Athens concentrated its therapeutic efforts primarily on addressing ailments of the mind and spirit, thereby catering to a populace frequently afflicted by the inherent stresses of dense urban living and the pervasive anxieties engendered by recurrent political instability and societal unrest. Life and the persistent turbulence of political upheaval. However, despite their individual distinctions, all Asclepiae invariably incorporated certain fundamental characteristics that truly reflected their founders' profound comprehension of the intricate mechanisms of healing. These venerable establishments were strategically erected upon breathtakingly beautiful geographical locations, sites that inherently inspired an optimistic sense of hope, merely by virtue of their pleasant and serene ambiance, making them delightful places to sojourn. They masterfully fused practical, hands-on medical intervention with a deep sense of spiritual rejuvenation, sagaciously acknowledging that both corporeal forms and ethereal souls frequently endured suffering in unison and consequently necessitated a synchronized process of recovery. Most crucially, these sanctuaries were meticulously organized around the groundbreaking, indeed radical tenet that therapeutic care should be universally accessible to every individual, irrespective of their societal standing or their financial capacity to remit payment. Affluent patients were not only cordially received, but their generous monetary contributions significantly aided in the sustained operation and maintenance of the sacred sanctuary. Yet indigent supplicants were afforded the identical, uncompromising standard of care and attention. This remarkably egalitarian methodology perplexed a number of contemporary observers, and conversely, incensed others who derived considerable financial gain from the prevailing, customary class-based stratification within the medical profession. Does a fractured osseous structure differentiate whether its possessor is of noble lineage or common birth? Asclepius retorted to his detractors who vociferously challenged his progressive policies. Does a febrile condition recognize social stratification? Sickness humbles every human being without distinction, and therefore the restorative process must be equally available to all. This profound philosophical principle subsequently emerged as one of his most enduring and significant contributions to the realm of medicine. The revolutionary concept that healthcare constitutes a fundamental, universal human necessity, rather than an exclusive privilege reserved for the financially advantaged. As the expansive network of Asclepiae continued its steady proliferation and growth, these institutions began to fulfill roles extending far beyond the mere provision of individual therapeutic interventions. They progressively evolved into pivotal centers of advanced medical pedagogy, where innovative techniques were assiduously disseminated and meticulously refined. They frequently hosted collaborative assemblies, where erudite healers from disparate geographical territories exchanged observations and valuable insights, learning reciprocally from each other's diverse clinical experiences. Furthermore, they diligently maintained extensive repositories of specialized medical manuscripts and comprehensive collections of botanical knowledge pertaining to herbal remedies, thereby conscientiously preserving invaluable healing wisdom for the edification of successive generations. Moreover, these sacred sanctuaries gradually began to exert a profound influence upon the broader cultural perception and understanding of both health and illness. Prior to the advent of Asclepius's teachings, ailments were frequently interpreted as divine retribution or an inescapable predetermined destiny. The Asclepiae, however, convincingly demonstrated that a multitude of afflictions could be effectively averted through judicious dietary practices, regular physical exertion, and prudent lifestyle choices. They meticulously imparted the crucial lesson that the proactive maintenance of robust health is as vitally important as the curative treatment of established disease, thereby introducing foundational concepts of preventive medicine that appeared remarkably revolutionary to the ancient mindset. One can readily envision the quotidian rhythm of existence within a fully developed Asclepion, the gentle, purposeful hum of activity that inherently characterizes environments where significant undertakings are executed with a dignified lack of melodrama or undue haste. The advent of dawn heralded the resonant peal of temple bells, summoning patients to participate in morning devotional rites and prescribed therapeutic exercises. The day meticulously unfolded through a structured sequence of scheduled treatments, communal repasts thoughtfully designed to facilitate recuperation, instructive educational seminars where patients were empowered with self-care knowledge, and convivial evening assemblies where personal narratives were shared and enduring bonds of camaraderie were forged. The very architectural edifices themselves appeared to intrinsically embody the spirit of healing, their meticulously calibrated proportions adhering to precise mathematical ratios that subtly engendered a profound sense of harmony. The radiant sunlight streamed through strategically placed windows and skylights, casting intricate patterns that metamorphosed gradually throughout the diurnal cycle. Water cascaded through artfully constructed channels and tranquil fountains, providing not only practical utility, but also the soothing, mellifluous sounds that effectively assuaged anxious dispositions. As this comprehensive exploration of the Asclepiae draws to its conclusion, One might readily discern how these venerable ancient healing temples remarkably foreshadowed numerous characteristics of contemporary hospitals and modern treatment facilities. They possessed an inherent understanding of the paramount importance of efficacious ventilation, ample natural illumination, and tranquil, restorative environments. They recognized the intrinsic value of seamlessly integrating medical intervention with crucial emotional succor. They pioneered the synergistic amalgamation of physical and spiritual healing, a holistic approach that modern medicine is progressively rediscovering in the present era. However, perhaps their most singularly important innovation was the straightforward, yet profound, recognition that the most effective healing transpires within supportive communities of care. Environments where human suffering is met with both professional competence and profound empathy. Where optimism is assiduously cultivated alongside the body's innate capacity for self-repair and regeneration. One might imaginatively traverse the hallowed grounds of one of these ancient sanctuaries, experiencing the profound tranquility that emanates from the comforting knowledge that, somewhere, skilled hands are perpetually engaged in the noble endeavor of alleviating agony and meticulously restoring completeness to shattered existences. One might contemplate the intriguing paradox of how a creature widely regarded with trepidation by most individuals ultimately came to symbolize the profound arts of healing. The intricate association between Asclepius and serpents unveils a deeply significant insight into the ancient Greek understanding of medicine as a practice that inherently necessitates confronting that which instills the most profound fear within us, including our own inescapable mortality, and subsequently unearthing sagacity in the most unforeseen of circumstances. Asclepius, at this juncture, was a youthful individual, still diligently acquiring the more profound and esoteric mysteries of healing, transcending the rudimentary lessons imparted to him by Chiron within the sylvan confines of the forest. He had been summoned to attend to a child who had suffered a bite from a venomous ophidian, and despite his burgeoning reputation, this particular case filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. The envenomation had occurred many hours prior, and the child's diminutive physique was already exhibiting unmistakable manifestations of the poison's lethal progression. Markedly swollen integument, labored and dyspneic respiration, and a pallid complexion that unmistakably conveyed the gradual ebb of vital energy. The distressed family had exhausted every known traditional remedy at their disposal. They had meticulously applied poultices recommended by the local sagacious women, offered fervent supplications at every shrine in their humble village, and had even sought counsel from an oracle who ominously suggested that only a divine intercession could potentially preserve their daughter's life. When they presented the child to Asclepius, their flickering hope was so exceedingly tenuous that it appeared poised to disintegrate at the slightest utterance of a discouraging prognosis. Yet, instead of succumbing to despondency, Asclepius experienced an unanticipated sensation, a profound and insatiable curiosity concerning the very creature that had precipitated this dire crisis. Indicate precisely where the serpent inflicted the bite, he calmly requested, and the child's father guided him to a craggy outcrop where his daughter had been assiduously gathering wild berries. The venomous ophidian had long since departed, but Asclepius meticulously scrutinized the scene, carefully noting the specific type of vegetation, the proximate presence of a water source, and the exact topographical location where the attack had tragically transpired. What particular species of snake was it? he inquired, and the father's detailed description precisely corroborated Asclepius's burgeoning suspicion. A species renowned for its exceptionally potent venom, but also, according to ancient folkloric traditions, recognized for possessing certain distinct medicinal attributes. This inherent contradiction perplexed many conventional healers, but Asclepius had been deeply contemplating the delicate demarcation between a toxic substance and a therapeutic agent, vividly recalling Chiron's sagacious instruction that the precise dosage frequently determined whether a substance inflicted harm or bestowed healing. That night, as he maintained a somber vigil beside the feverish child, Asclepius experienced one of the remarkably vivid dreams that had become progressively more frequent as his extraordinary healing faculties continued to burgeon. In this profound nocturnal vision, he beheld a magnificent serpent coiled majestically around the gnarled trunk of an ancient, venerable tree. The snake's eyes exuded an aura of profound intelligence rather than malevolence, and when it articulated, its voice resonated with the accumulated wisdom of countless epochs. "You harbor apprehension towards that which you do not comprehend," the dream serpent sagaciously imparted to him. "But I am not your adversary. I embody transformation itself, the inherent power that sheds desiccated epidermal layers to unveil nascent vitality, the formidable force that possesses the dual capacity to either extinguish life or to restore health, contingent upon its judicious application. Learn from my essence, and you shall fathom mysteries that elude the grasp of other healers." Upon Asclepius's awakening, the child's fever had demonstrably subsided. Her respiration had become remarkably stable, and a healthy coloration was steadily returning to her previously pallid facial features. The immediate crisis had unequivocally abated, but the profound message of the dream continued to resonate deeply within him. Over the ensuing weeks, he commenced a meticulous study of serpents with the same exacting diligence he had previously dedicated to the examination of medicinal flora. He unearthed the astonishing revelation that snakes themselves possessed remarkable inherent capacities for recuperation. They could remarkably regenerate damaged tissues, survive grievous wounds that would prove lethal to other creatures, and somehow intrinsically neutralize their own venom when circumstances necessitated. Their extraordinary ability to periodically shed their epidermal layer became a potent metaphorical representation for the profound renewal inherent in the healing process, the casting off of debilitating disease to reveal the healthy, vibrant tissues beneath. More pragmatically, Asclepius ascertained that serpentine venom, when meticulously diluted and scrupulously prepared, could serve as a remarkably potent therapeutic agent. Minuscule quantities could effectively alleviate certain categories of pain, diminish perilous swelling, and even ameliorate some diseases that stubbornly resisted other conventional remedies. The fundamental key resided in a precise understanding of correct dosage and meticulous preparation, skills that demanded the same scrupulous observation he applied to every facet of the healing art. News of his resounding success with venom-derived medications rapidly propagated, and soon other healers earnestly sought specialized training in these inherently perilous, yet undeniably efficacious treatments. Asclepius instructed them with his characteristic prudence, unequivocally emphasizing that working with such exceptionally potent substances necessitated not merely technical proficiency, but also a profound and reverential respect for their inherent power. Approach serpents with the same deference you would accord the deities, he sagaciously advised, with profound reverence, meticulous preparation, and the unequivocal understanding that you are contending with forces that transcend your own capabilities. However, the profound symbolic significance of serpents proved even more pivotal than their practical medicinal applications. Asclepius began to comprehend that the serpent intrinsically represented every paradoxical aspect inherent in the very act of healing itself. It simultaneously embodied destruction and regeneration, poison and panacea, primal fear and profound sagacity. Healers, therefore, were compelled to learn to operate within these inherent contradictions, rather than futilely attempting to reconcile them. The initial serpent took up residence within his sacred sanctuary, almost entirely by serendipitous happenstance. A patient, convalescing from a particularly arduous surgical procedure, observed a harmless garden snake basking in the sun on a stone wall in close proximity to the healing chambers. Instead of expelling it, Asclepius welcomed its presence as an auspicious omen. "Even the serpents seek solace and healing within these walls," he jested. But privately, he felt a profound sense that something truly significant had transpired. Other serpents subsequently followed, perhaps drawn by the sanctuary's serene ambiance, or the abundant presence of small prey that thrived within the meticulously maintained gardens. Rather than perceiving them as bothersome pests or potential hazards, Asclepius actively encouraged their presence within judicious limits. Patients, initially apprehensive of the serpents, gradually learned to perceive them as benevolent protectors of the profound healing journey. Benevolent protectors of the restorative journey. An extraordinary phenomenon became apparent. Individuals who managed to conquer their apprehension towards the revered serpents within the sanctuaries frequently achieved profound advancements in their personal paths to wellness. For instance, a combatant plagued by distressing nocturnal visions from warfare discovered a profound sense of tranquility after observing a serpent's ecdysis, grasping the profound symbolism that he, too, possessed the capacity to relinquish his harrowing history. Similarly, a female patient rendered immobile by intense apprehension concerning her ailment commenced a remarkable recuperation after a diminutive ophidian from the gardens gently encircled her wrist during a period of contemplative meditation, fostering a sense of trust and calm. Serpents impart profound lessons concerning metamorphosis, Asclepius elucidated to an assembly of sacerdotal figures and medical practitioners. They illustrate that what might initially appear as an cessation, the process of dermatological exfoliation, the motionless anticipation before an assault, the perilous secretion of toxins, can, in fact, constitute an integral component of existence's perpetual rejuvenation. The journey of recovery frequently necessitates our relinquishing antiquated modes of existence, mirroring precisely how these reptiles divest themselves of their superseded epidermal layers. This profound comprehension culminated in the genesis of the iconic staff that ultimately distinguished Asclepius as his most universally identifiable emblem. Meticulously fashioned from resilient olive wood and elegantly entwined with a serpentine figure cast in gleaming bronze, it eloquently personified the harmonious fusion of inherent therapeutic sagacity with the profound metamorphic capabilities that serpents intrinsically possess. This staff evolved into both an indispensable functional instrument and a revered holy artifact, employed both for the meticulous assessment of individuals seeking remedies and for the precise channeling of restorative energies during therapeutic interventions. The potency of this symbolism proved so compelling that numerous other Asclepiae commenced the deliberate integration of serpents into their respective methodologies. Living serpents were carefully housed within bespoke enclosures, providing patients with opportunities to closely observe their characteristic movements and derive educational insights from their inherent nature. Moreover, elaborate artistic depictions of serpents permeated the sacred precincts, meticulously chiseled into robust stone, vividly painted upon expansive walls, and intricately crafted from lustrous bronze and valuable metallic alloys. Nevertheless, Asclepius consistently ensured that the profound symbolic significance never eclipsed the tangible exigencies of interacting directly with living serpents. He meticulously instructed dedicated custodians who possessed an intimate understanding of Ophidian conduct and were proficient in preserving the well-being of these creatures securely within the consecrated confines of the sanctuary. Furthermore, he instituted rigorous procedural guidelines for the judicious application of pharmacological agents derived from venom, striving to attenuate any inherent perils while concurrently amplifying their restorative efficacy. The idealized perception of serpents as agents of recuperation was perpetually counterpoised by an unwavering deference for their intrinsic potency and their latent capacity for harm. As his renown expanded exponentially, individuals commenced recounting vivid nocturnal experiences wherein Asclepius manifested, frequently attended by serpents that imparted profound restorative insights. These ethereal apparitions proliferated to such an extent that the iconic serpent-entwined staff materialized as the deity's preeminent emblem, surpassing even his anthropomorphic visage in widespread recognition. Those undergoing therapeutic slumber often awakened from their restorative dreams with the palpable sensation of docile serpents gliding over their physical forms, depositing vestiges of soothing warmth and alleviation in regions previously afflicted by discomfort. The burgeoning medical fraternity embraced the serpentine emblem with palpable fervor, grasping intuitively its profound representation of medicine's intrinsic essence. The process of recuperation invariably encompasses inherent hazards, the peril of exacerbating conditions, the challenge of confronting unpalatable realities, and the very uncertainty inherent in transformation. The serpent serves as a potent memento for practitioners that they engage with formidable energies that demand engagement with sagacity and an earnest sense of modesty. Many centuries hence, as the expansive Roman Imperium disseminated Asclepian therapeutic methodologies across the entirety of the then comprehended globe, the potent serpentine insignia journeyed alongside these advancements. Its image graced currency, adorned various medical apparatus, and prominently featured on the identifying emblems of restorative institutions. The iconic staff of Asclepius attained such an indissoluble link with the healing arts that it persevered through the eventual dissolution of the ancient classical epoch, ultimately undergoing an evolutionary metamorphosis into the caduceus, which continues to designate medical establishments in contemporary times. This profound examination of serpents and their emblematic significance in healing intimates that venerable wisdom furnishes invaluable guidance regarding the courageous confrontation of our apprehensions. Asclepius himself discerned that evading that which instills terror frequently amplifies its dominion over us, whereas engaging our fears with deference and profound comprehension possesses the capacity to transmute them into wellsprings of sagacity. Perchance a pertinent instruction resides herein for our individual relationship with infirmity and the inevitability of demise. Akin to the serpents with whom Asclepius cultivated a working rapport, affliction and mortality are not merely adversaries to be vanquished, but rather intrinsic natural phenomena capable of instructing us about the invaluable nature of vitality and well-being. The myriad healing disciplines perpetuate the utilization of the serpent symbol precisely because it serves as a potent mnemonic, underscoring that medical intervention achieves its zenith of effectiveness when it duly recognizes both the inherent perils and the profound metamorphic potentials intrinsically woven into the fabric of the restorative endeavor. From time immemorial, water has been revered for its inherent therapeutic capabilities, and it was a common practice for the hallowed sanctuaries dedicated to Asclepius to be established in close proximity to natural springs, whose generously mineralized waters possessed the capacity to alleviate afflictions that remained impervious to herbal remedies and surgical interventions. However, the true essence of the restorative power within these consecrated ablutions transcended mere corporeal purification. It encompassed the profound psychological metamorphosis that emanated from ceremonial cleansing and the fundamental human solace derived from receiving compassionate attention. One might envision drawing near to the restorative thermal springs at Epidaurus during the nascent hours of dawn, a period when ethereal vapors ascend from the tepid waters, conjuring an almost numinous ambiance enveloping the bathing basins. These vital springs originate from subterranean depths, conveying precious minerals that have slowly diffused from primeval geological formations throughout their protracted subterranean passage to the Earth's exterior. The liquid possesses a subtly metallic savor, accompanied by distinct nuances of sulfur, which eloquently allude to the concealed geochemical processes of the planet. Asclepius encountered these particular springs during his formative peregrinations, having been captivated by anecdotal accounts of their extraordinary attributes. Indigenous pastoralists had, for generations, been cognizant that ovine livestock afflicted with dermatological conditions demonstrated marked amelioration after imbibing from specific reservoirs, and that injured fauna frequently gravitated towards these springs with an innate compulsion. Yet, it was Asclepius who initially grasped the methodology for methodically leveraging the hydrological source's inherent therapeutic efficacy. These subterranean conduits yielded distinct varieties of water, each originating from disparate deep-seated aquifers, and consequently possessing its unique mineralogical constitution and specific curative attributes. The most intensely heated springs, warmed by their proximity to subterranean geothermal reservoirs, demonstrated exceptional efficacy in assuaging articular discomfort and muscular rigidity. Conversely, the more temperate springs, characterized by their abundance of iron and other vital minerals, offered significant relief to individuals suffering from gastrointestinal complaints and specific hematological imbalances. The most frigid springs, bordering on glacial even during the height of summer, profoundly stimulated circulatory functions and appeared to bolster the organism's inherent immunological defenses against pathogens. Yet Asclepius swiftly apprehended that the intrinsic physical characteristics of the water, while undeniably significant, constituted merely a fraction of its comprehensive therapeutic potency. The very practice of immersion, encompassing the ceremonial act of purification, the comforting tactile perception of temperate water cradling the physique, and the momentary abeyance of quotidian preoccupations, engendered mental states profoundly conducive to recovery in manners that solely pharmacological or surgical interventions were incapable of replicating. He meticulously formulated the ablutionary protocols that would subsequently gain universal acceptance across the entire Asclepian dominion. Individuals seeking succor did not merely plunge into the springs with the casual abandon of recreational bathers. Rather, they meticulously adhered to intricately structured progressions designed to ready both their corporeal and mental faculties for the impending restorative journey. This sacred rite commenced prior to the first blush of dawn, at which time the springs existed in their most unsullied state, and the surrounding ambiance was optimally amenable to profound introspection. Foremost in the sequence was purification, which extended beyond mere epidermal ablution to encompass a profound symbolic lustration that readied patients for spiritual and physical rejuvenation. Initially, they submerged themselves in conventional water, employing rudimentary cleansing agents fashioned from olive oil and ash to divest themselves of the accumulated grime and perspiration of their arduous journeys. This inaugural purgation fulfilled pragmatic requirements, yet it concurrently facilitated the patient's transition from the prosaic exigencies of everyday existence into the sanctified realm of therapeutic intervention. The very act of approaching the restorative springs themselves adhered to venerable customs steeped in profound veneration. Individuals seeking restoration presented supplications and modest votive offerings, such as blossoms, coinage, or cherished personal artifacts that eloquently symbolized their unwavering dedication to the healing trajectory. They eased into the water with deliberate slowness, permitting their physical forms to acclimate progressively to both the thermal conditions and the dissolved mineral constituents. While assistance provided gentle guidance to those requiring support, the paramount focus remained resolutely upon individual subjective engagement rather than prescriptive, externally imposed regimens. Water retains memory, Asclepius frequently imparted to his patients as they made ready for their initial therapeutic immersion. It recollects the profound abysses it has traversed, the lithic formations it has encountered, and the arcane knowledge it has absorbed within the obscurity. When you immerse yourselves in these springs, you become interwoven with that primeval recollection. Permit the water to instruct your corporeal vessel in the art of regaining its former vitality. The therapeutic springs drew to them individuals afflicted with maladies that had proven recalcitrant to alternative modalities of care. One such arrival was a seasoned legionary, whose articulations were so rigidly calcified by ancient battle scars that his ambulation was severely compromised. Decades of arduous military expeditions had rendered his physique a veritable cartography of persistent agonies and debilitating constraints, none of which had yielded to the ministrations of orthodox medical practices. The intensely heated springs, with their copious mineral concentration and pervasive warmth, commenced the arduous process of reinstating pliability to joints that had appeared irrevocably immobilized. Nevertheless, the soldier's recuperation transcended mere corporeal rehabilitation. As he luxuriated in the temperate waters, enveloped by fellow sufferers who recounted analogous travails, he gradually commenced vocalizing deeply personal experiences that he had previously been incapable of articulating to kin or confidants. The springs thus transformed into a sacred forum, a veritable confessional where the profound lacerations inflicted by warfare could at last be recognized and therapeutically confronted. His physical form achieved a state of relaxation not solely attributable to the dissolved minerals within the water, but significantly because his psyche, at long last, discovered the sanction to unburden itself of the profound emotional strain it had borne for such an extended duration. A female supplicant presented herself, earnestly desiring succor from a dermatological affliction that had tormented her since infancy. The incessant pruritus and inflammatory manifestations had rendered her acutely self-aware and introverted, thereby impeding her capacity to cultivate interpersonal bonds or to engage completely in the communal tapestry of existence. The springs, abundant in sulfur, demonstrated considerable efficacy in ameliorating her corporeal manifestations. However, the true essence of her metamorphosis emanated from the shared experience of bathing in the company of other women who embraced her unconditionally, devoid of any critical assessment or visceral aversion. The communal spirit inherent in the healing springs radically challenged established societal norms, a subversion that proved to possess profound therapeutic efficacy. Within the sacred waters, all conventional distinctions of social stratum, material prosperity, and elevated standing simply dissolved into irrelevance. Every individual entered the pools divested of all outward symbols of their terrestrial standing, naked and vulnerable, bound together by their shared human condition and a universal yearning for alleviation. This imposed egalitarian ethos fostered unprecedented opportunities for genuine human connection and empathetic understanding, interactions that would scarcely manifest in the rigid structures of ordinary social environments. Asclepius, with meticulous foresight, conceptualized and constructed the bathing facilities to actively uphold this democratic approach to wellness. The various springs were thoughtfully arranged, allowing patients afflicted with diverse conditions to access waters specifically tailored to their individual requirements. Yet, crucially, there were also expansive common areas where all supplicants mingled freely, irrespective of their particular ailments. Around these communal pools, comfortable seating zones were strategically placed, encouraging unconstrained fellowship and tranquil repose. Furthermore, verdant gardens offered secluded spaces for those desiring moments of solitude, alongside their inherent natural beauty, which offered solace and aesthetic upliftment to the weary soul. The daily rhythm observed at the springs was carefully synchronized with the inherent circadian rhythms of human physiology, thereby enhancing the body's intrinsic restorative processes. Dawn bathing sessions capitalized on the body's natural awakening energies, employing cooler waters to stimulate the vascular system and prepare the individual for the day's therapeutic activities. Midday immersions were dedicated to highly specific therapeutic treatments, with patients spending carefully calibrated durations in waters chosen precisely for their particular conditions. The evening ablutions, by contrast, placed paramount emphasis on profound relaxation and preparing the body and mind for truly restorative and rejuvenating slumber. However, perhaps the most remarkably prescient understanding embedded within Asclepian hydrotherapy was its astute recognition that a highly individualized regimen of aqueous remediation was essential for different patients. Some individuals derived significant benefit from dynamic aquatic exertion, such as vigorous swimming, which served to exercise weakened musculature and enhance overall cardiovascular vigor. Others required the gentle buoyancy of floating, which cradled compromised anatomical structures while allowing natural healing to proceed without any undue stress or strain. Some patients thrived under the invigorating potency of mineral-rich waters, while still others responded more favorably to the pristine, unadulterated essence of pure spring water, which cleansed without overwhelming sensitive physiological systems. Asclepius therefore established a rigorous training program for a cadre of highly adept and empathetic practitioners, veritable water healers, who possessed a profound dual comprehension. Both the physical properties inherent in the various springs and the nuanced emotional needs of diverse patient types. These specialized attendants learned to discern the subtle physiological and psychological cues that indicated when a patient had absorbed the optimal saturation of vital solutes, when judicious thermal modulation through temperature changes might prove most beneficial, and when social interaction should be actively encouraged, or conversely, when profound privacy ought to be scrupulously respected. Water healing is an art as much as a science, Asclepius expounded to a group of these diligent attendants during their intensive instruction. You must cultivate the capacity to perceive not merely the corporeal necessities, but also the existential yearnings of the psyche. Sometimes a patient requires the solitary, comforting caress of the aqueous medium. At other times, they need the fortifying presence of kindred souls who truly comprehend their suffering. Your paramount duty is to discern the precise therapeutic modality best suited to the prevailing exigency of the moment. The burgeoning renown and efficacy of these healing springs inevitably led to their widespread integration into Asclepia throughout the Hellenic world. Each sanctuary ingeniously customized its hydrotherapeutic protocols to align with its local water sources and the specific demographics of its patient populations. Mountain temples, for instance, harnessed bracing glacial rivulets and geothermally warm diffusions. Coastal sanctuaries incorporated thalassotherapeutic immersions, utilizing seawater baths that provided distinct mineral profiles and the added soothing benefit of tidal rhythms. Urban temples, lacking natural springs, created ingeniously engineered aquatic environments using water channeled from distant sources, which could then be heated or cooled as clinically required. The venerable tradition of therapeutic bathing thus transcended the confines of the healing temples themselves, profoundly shaping the architectural and social evolution of public baths throughout the ancient world. The sprawling Roman Empire, in particular, ardently adopted the profound philosophy of healing through water, constructing magnificent thermic edifices that seamlessly integrated therapeutic interventions with vibrant communal engagement. This pervasive influence persevered through the annals of history, manifesting in the healing baths of medieval monastery infirmaries and extending to the sophisticated modern spa treatments that continue to pay homage to the foundational tenets and revered appellation of Asclepian hydrotherapy. The soothing cadence of hallowed aqueous currents flowing over venerable, time-worn masonry, gently effacing the accumulated stresses and anxieties of daily existence, and poising the human spirit for a profound spiritual renaissance, remains an enduring, evocative tableau. The healing springs of Asclepius serve as a timeless reminder that sometimes the most elemental yet profoundly effective palliatives, pristine water, gentle warmth, and quiet moments for introspective contemplation, remain the preeminent therapeutic agents of all. For some individuals, on particularly frigid mornings, their fingers rebel against their natural articulation. The joints ache with a profound, unyielding pain that resists the comforting embrace of hearth-born warmth. Simple tasks, such as grasping tools or kneading clay, transform into exercises in sheer, unyielding fortitude. The local physicians, regrettably, offer a perplexing melange of conflicting counsel. One prescribes absolute rest. Another vehemently recommends dynamic, vigorous exercise. A third suggests dietary changes that seem entirely tangential to the manifest affliction. The healing springs served as a crucial preliminary stage for innumerable supplicants, preparing them for the profounder arcana of Asclepian medicine. To truly grasp how these ancient sanctuaries effectuated their subtle yet transformative wonders, one needs to embrace the lived experience of someone who undertook such a pilgrimage. Such pilgrims were not seeking instantaneous, miraculous interventions, but rather hoping for a protracted, yet profound metamorphosis that emerges through diligent engagement in something larger than individual suffering. Picture yourself as Lysander, a fictionalized yet archetypal figure, a master artisan of Corinthian renown, whose hands have developed an insidious, debilitating rigidity that imperils not merely his economic sustenance, but the very essence of his being. For 3 decades, he has skillfully shaped clay into exquisite vessels that adorn the opulent abodes of the affluent and the modest hearths of the common folk with equal grace. His hands possess an intimate, almost primal understanding of the tactile nuances of fertile soil, the exact calibration of force needed to raise walls without collapse, and the gentle touch that creates lips and handles pleasing to both the eye and the hand. The decision to seek aid at the nearest Asclepian sanctuary is not arrived at without considerable introspection and internal struggle. The arduous journey alone will consume 3 days in each direction, time away from his craft that Lysander can scarcely spare. The temple, moreover, requires donations that present a formidable financial burden he is unsure he can manage. Most challenging of all, seeking divine healing feels like a humbling acknowledgement of personal limitations, an admission that his own efforts have failed, and that he needs help transcending the purview of mortal expertise. More importantly, this arduous journey provides an invaluable period for reflection, liberating him from the incessant demands of work and familial responsibility. For the first time in many months, he can contemplate his condition without simultaneously worrying about the looming specter of unfulfilled commissions, the potential chagrin of patrons, or the pressing exigencies of domestic upkeep that depend entirely on his earnings. This newfound mental space proves to be an indispensable prerequisite for the forthcoming therapeutic journey. But the relentless gnawing of despair ultimately eclipses the stubborn edifice of personal dignity, and Lysander eventually finds himself walking the sun-baked ancient thoroughfare toward the sanctuary, carrying a modest satchel containing ritualistic tributes and sufficient sustenance for several days' stay. The journey itself, though he remains initially unperceived, commences its own subtle restorative work. The act of walking compels a novel articulation of his afflicted upper limbs, enhancing vascular flow through constricted articulations and progressively ameliorating the rigidity of atrophied musculature and connective tissues that have tightened from disuse. The Asclepian sanctuary manifests itself with a slow, revealing grace as Lysander surmounts a gentle rise on the 3rd day of his travel. Below lies an intricate ensemble of structures, harmoniously integrated with the pristine effusions of natural springs and the venerable sanctity of ancient arboreal clusters. The architecture conveys an ethos of enduring tranquility rather than ostentatious magnificence. stone buildings patinated by the passage of ages to a muted, comforting hue of ash, courtyards paved with smooth stones worn by the ceaseless tread of innumerable seekers, and gardens where medicinal plants grow in meticulously cultivated enclosures. His first interaction is with a welcoming sanctuary functionary who extends a courteous reception to newly arrived supplicants at the entrance. This individual is not a sacerdotal figure engaged in liturgical rites, but rather akin to a sagacious medical registrar who requires pertinent clinical data about his condition. "How long have you been suffering?" she inquires, diligently inscribing details upon a prepared waxen surface. "What treatments have you attempted? Do you possess a familial predisposition to similar problems?" The thoroughness and pragmatic orientation of these questions elicit a sense of profound astonishment in Lysander, making the experience feel more like engaging with a medical professional than supplicating a divine entity. Though, as he would soon discover, the two activities demonstrate a remarkable synergistic compatibility. The attendant explains the sanctuary's established routine with the calm, practiced dispatch of someone who has shepherded innumerable seekers through the same process. "First, you will immerse yourself within the hallowed waters of the sacred springs," she elucidates, indicating a nearby edifice from whose apertures ethereal vapors ascended into the cool morning air. "Subsequently, you will present your votive tribute upon the sacred plinth dedicated to Asclepius, and then dedicate time to meditative readiness, preceding the somniferous revelation, the healing sleep. The divine pronouncements manifest uniquely for each individual, but this preparatory phase helps facilitate your receptivity to the specific insights or directives vouchsafed by the deity." The corporeal advantages of the treatments are overshadowed by the profound psychical resonance of being ministered to with such meticulous consideration and seasoned expertise. For the first time since his condition began, Lysander feels like someone possesses an authentic comprehension of his lived affliction. The attendants, it becomes clear, have witnessed a veritable multitude of analogous presentations. They are acutely cognizant of the precise kinesiological triggers of discomfort, which postural configurations offer succor, and the delicate art of manipulating compromised articulations without precipitating further distress. The ceremonial immersion unfolds with a complexity exceeding initial anticipation. Attendants escort Lysander sequentially through various basins, each calibrated to a distinct thermal degree, elucidating the specific remedial attributes inherent in every aquatic phase. The frigid currents are posited to assuage inflammatory responses, they explain, while the heated immersions are designed to soothe muscular tension and augment sanguineous flow. Between these aqueous transitions, they anoint his form with unguents meticulously compounded with botanical essences, preparations specifically formulated to ameliorate his unique affliction, exuding an aromatic bouquet redolent of coniferous forests, refreshing menthol, and other enigmatic flora. The sacred grounds were verdant with foliage, including various unidentified botanical specimens. "Your hands recount a compelling history," one of the compassionate bath attendants remarked, her voice gentle as she meticulously massaged fragrant oil into the pilgrim's stiffened fingers. "They have toiled diligently for countless seasons, sculpting exquisite forms from raw clay. Now, however, they must embark upon a different kind of endeavor, the profound work of their own restoration." Her insightful observations unveiled a perspective the pilgrim had not previously contemplated. That true recuperation might necessitate not merely an alleviation of symptoms, but a fundamental redefinition of their intrinsic connection to their cherished craft. Asclepius bestows healing through a multitude of channels, the priest elucidated, his tone reverent as he carefully placed the pilgrim's small vase among an array of other offerings upon the hallowed altar. At times, succor arrives through prophetic dreams. At other moments, it manifests through the potent remedies we administer. And frequently, it emerges from deliberate alterations in one's daily existence and professional practices. Cultivate an openness to embrace assistance, irrespective of the guise it assumes. This counsel, delivered with quiet sincerity, proved to possess a far deeper resonance than its initial articulation might have suggested. The solemn offering ceremony unfolded in the late afternoon, a time when the sun's oblique rays transmuted the temple's magnificent marble columns into shimmering pillars of gold. The pilgrim presented their heartfelt tributes, a delicate vase crafted during more auspicious times, a scattering of coins, and a meticulously composed written supplication detailing their fervent aspirations for recovery. The venerable priest, who graciously accepted these offerings, treated them with an unfeigned reverence, perceiving them not as a transactional payment for services rendered, but rather as profound expressions of the pilgrim's unwavering faith in the intricate process of healing. The pilgrim found a seat beside a woman whose persistent, debilitating headaches had compelled her journey from the distant city of Athens and directly across from a youthful warrior whose grievous battle wounds stubbornly resisted proper mending. While their specific afflictions diverged considerably, their shared odysseys in seeking aid, the intricate tapestry woven from threads of buoyant hope and gnawing desperation, the gradual cultivation of a willingness to explore methodologies they once would have summarily dismissed, mirrored the pilgrim's own challenging voyage with remarkable precision. The evening repast, thoughtfully prepared and served to the assembled pilgrims, skillfully blended nutritional sustenance with therapeutic intent. The fare, though unpretentious, was meticulously selected. Succulent fish abundant in anti-inflammatory oils, an assortment of vegetables chosen for their inherent restorative properties, and wholesome bread baked from grains designed to impart sustained energy without inducing digestive discomfort. Even more significantly, the communal nature of the dining experience fostered an environment where the pilgrim could engage with other seekers, whose diverse narratives offered both profound solace and invaluable instruction. "I have sojourned here on 3 distinct occasions," shared an aged merchant, his voice imbued with the wisdom of experience, whose chronic stomach ailments had afflicted him for many years. "My initial visit brought relief to my physical body. The subsequent visit deepened my understanding of my condition. This time, I am diligently working on the profound art of accepting that which cannot be altered, whilst simultaneously striving to ameliorate that which can be improved." His sagacious words underscored the notion that true healing transcends mere corporeal amelioration, encompassing a deeper, transformative evolution in one's relationship with both illness and inherent limitations. The very design of the sleeping chamber itself was an integral component of the healing regimen, meticulously conceived to promote profound rest and facilitate receptive dreaming. The room presented an aesthetic that was neither overtly opulent nor starkly austere, but rather perfectly calibrated to foster an environment conducive to restorative slumber. Soft, yielding bedding cradled the body without creating any pressure points that might disrupt sleep's delicate embrace. A system of gentle ventilation ensured a constant circulation of fresh air, devoid of intrusive drafts. Subtle, diffused lighting permitted movement without the harshness of bright illumination, and the perpetual, soothing murmur of flowing water established a natural, rhythmic cadence that profoundly encouraged deep and undisturbed repose. "Do not supplicate for unattainable remedies," advised the priest, whose presence guided the evening session, his tone measured and wise. "Instead, petition for enlightenment." What profound lesson does your ailment seek to impart to you? How might you collaborate with your inherent limitations, rather than merely engaging in a futile struggle against them? What substantive alterations within your life might genuinely foster a pathway to healing? These introspective inquiries subtly redirected the pilgrim's focus, shifting it from a quest for miraculous intervention towards a profound embrace of acquired wisdom. The elaborate preparation for the healing sleep commenced following the evening meal, encompassing a series of instructions and techniques meticulously designed to encourage the advent of meaningful dreams. This was not a delve into mystical ritualism, but rather a pragmatic methodology rooted in centuries of meticulous observation concerning the specific conditions that most effectively promote therapeutic visions. The pilgrim diligently learned breathing exercises engineered to quell anxious thoughts, meditation techniques aimed at silencing the incessant clamor of mental chatter, and sophisticated methods for framing questions that would empower the unconscious mind to process complex problems during the restorative period of sleep. The ensuing days presented a harmonious blend of pragmatic therapeutic interventions and profound spiritual contemplation. Morning exercises, meticulously tailored to the pilgrim's specific condition, aided in maintaining vital flexibility while simultaneously building essential strength and providing robust support for weary muscles. These movements were characterized by their gentle yet purposeful nature, evoking the grace of a dance more than the rigidity of a medical procedure. Afternoon sessions were dedicated to the acquisition of novel techniques for working with clay, methods specifically designed to accommodate the pilgrim's altered physical capabilities rather than requiring a futile struggle against them. The pilgrim's inaugural night brought forth dreams, yet not the dramatic, divine visitation they had, perhaps, subconsciously anticipated. Instead, the dreamscape was populated by images of their cherished workshop, not the constricted, stress-laden space it had recently become, but rather the hallowed sanctuary it represented in earlier years, when they had first mastered their intricate craft. Within the dream's vivid tableau, their hands moved with an almost ethereal grace and fluidity, shaping clay into forms that appeared to emerge organically, as if rising directly from the very essence of the earth itself. Upon awakening, the pilgrim recounted the intricacies of the dream to one of the sanctuary's sagacious priests, who, in turn, offered guidance in exploring its myriad potential interpretations. Perhaps Asclepius is gently reminding you of the profound joy you once discovered within your work, he thoughtfully proposed. True healing, it seems, might encompass not merely the physical mending of your hands, but also the rediscovery of that serene state of mind which historically underpinned your most exquisite craftsmanship. However, perhaps the most profoundly transformative aspect of the pilgrim's entire sojourn stemmed from the keen observation of their fellow pilgrims as they navigated their own distinct processes of healing. The pilgrim bore witness to moments of sudden, exhilarating breakthrough and periods of disheartening discouragement, to dramatic, visible improvements and subtle, incremental shifts that gradually accumulated into significant, tangible change. Most crucially, they came to understand that the trajectory of healing rarely aligns with anyone's initial expectations, yet frequently surpasses them in unforeseen and deeply meaningful ways. Your hands possess an inherent wisdom you have yet to fully acknowledge, elucidated the master potter, a skilled artisan who specialized in imparting adaptive techniques to pilgrims grappling with similar physical conditions. They intuitively comprehend what the clay demands. Place your trust in that innate knowledge, even when the motions feel distinctly different from what they once were. He then demonstrated innovative methods for grasping tools that significantly reduced strain, positions that allowed for a more equitable distribution of pressure, and rhythms of work that strategically incorporated periods of rest before the onset of debilitating fatigue. One particular farmer learned to effectively manage his chronic back pain, not through its complete eradication, but by meticulously developing specific work rhythms that proactively prevented debilitating flare-ups. A battle-hardened soldier discovered that his visible scars, born from conflict, actually harbored profound wisdom concerning survival and courage. Wisdom he could now employ to guide younger recruits away from unnecessary perils. A shrewd merchant realized that her persistent chronic anxiety, when properly understood and reframed, actually provided invaluable insights into fluctuating market conditions that eluded her less perceptive trading counterparts. The pilgrim's personal journey of healing mirrored this pattern of gradual revelation rather than sudden, miraculous cure. By the culmination of their stay, their hands had not miraculously regained their youthful flexibility, yet they had acquired novel methods of working that effectively mitigated pain while preserving their formidable skill. More significantly, the pilgrim had cultivated a profoundly different relationship with their condition, perceiving it no longer as an absolute limitation, but rather as an unexpected invitation to attain a deeper, more nuanced mastery of their craft and their own being. The culminating ceremony, preceding the pilgrim's departure, involved the creation of a votive offering meticulously designed to encapsulate their profound experiences at the sanctuary. In stark contrast to the hopeful supplications they had brought upon their arrival, this inscribed tablet served as a poignant record of gratitude for specific insights gleaned and tangible improvements achieved. I arrived seeking to reclaim my former proficiencies, the pilgrim inscribed. I depart endowed with superior ones. As the pilgrim retraced their steps, walking away from the sacred Asclepian sanctuary, along the very path that had led them there mere days earlier, they carried with them far more than a mere collection of practical techniques for managing their physical condition. They had profoundly experienced a comprehensive model for confronting life's inherent difficulties, a model that seamlessly integrated rational treatment with spiritual receptivity, individual perseverance with unwavering community support, and the acceptance of limitations with an unyielding commitment to continuous self-improvement. The journey home provided ample opportunity for the pilgrim to thoroughly integrate these newfound insights into the fabric of their daily existence. They diligently practiced the therapeutic exercises acquired at the sanctuary, enthusiastically experimented with the innovative techniques for working with clay, and gradually implemented significant changes in their workshop routines, changes specifically designed to foster long-term health, rather than merely prioritizing short-term productivity. The intricate process of healing, they now understood, continued actively within their own home. They now possessed the knowledge and agency to participate in it proactively. Perhaps the most truly remarkable aspect of the pilgrim's entire pilgrimage experience was its surprising sense of profound ordinariness. Despite unfolding within a sacred setting explicitly dedicated to divine healing, the genuine miracle was not a dramatic, supernatural intervention, but rather a gradual, sustained transformation achieved through patient, holistic attention to the entirety of the person. Body, mind, and spirit interwoven. This enlightened approach to healing, originally pioneered within the hallowed Asclepius' sanctuaries, continues to exert a profound influence on contemporary therapeutic practices in ways both conspicuously evident and subtly pervasive. As one traces the pilgrim's compelling narrative, from the depths of suffering through the earnest quest for amelioration to the steady progression of gradual healing, it becomes evident how the sanctuary's overarching philosophy judiciously honored both the inherent agency of the human spirit and the benevolent assistance of the divine. The gods, it was understood, graciously provided wisdom and opportune circumstances, yet it remained incumbent upon the pilgrims themselves to undertake the daily, diligent work of applying these insights to the tangible realities of their lives. Healing, therefore, manifested as a profound collaboration between earthly endeavor and heavenly grace, neither element proving sufficient in isolation, yet together capable of forging a transformation that neither could have independently achieved. One might easily envision themselves traversing the ancient ruins of Epidaurus, the most renowned of all Asclepian sanctuaries, where once hundreds of these votive tablets adorned the venerable temple walls. While the majority have succumbed to the inexorable march of time and the depredations of treasure hunters, a sufficient number have remarkably endured, offering us invaluable glimpses into the lives of countless individuals who discovered within these sacred confines something truly unique, something unattainable elsewhere. Not merely physical restoration, but a profound resurgence of hope and a renewed sense of purpose that rendered life profoundly worth living once more. A profound sense of renewed purpose, a revitalization that rendered existence truly meaningful once more, often accompanied those who sought succor, the subtle yet profound metamorphosis undergone by innumerable supplicants, akin to the documented experience of Lysander, found its most lasting and poignant articulation within the numerous stone tablets that appreciative individuals bequeathed to the sacred precincts of Asclepius. These ancient epigraphs, their surfaces softened and polished by the relentless passage of millennia and the devout caress of countless hands, served not merely to chronicle isolated narratives of recovery, but also to construct a comprehensive and shared affirmation of the efficacy of ancient healing practices, a system characterized by its compassionate interventions, its reliance on enduring patience, profound sagacity, and an unwavering commitment to the comprehensive well-being of the individual. Indeed, the very materiality of these votive tablets offered insights into the therapeutic environment of antiquity, speaking volumes about the healing ethos as eloquently as the narratives etched upon their faces. Their construction typically utilized locally sourced geological materials. Opulent marble was employed when benefactors possessed the means, yet more frequently, the tablets comprised unadorned limestone or even organic timber. the latter having regrettably succumbed to the inexorable decay of centuries, leaving only historical records of its former presence. The textual content inscribed upon these surfaces exhibited considerable stylistic diversity, ranging from meticulously crafted verbose compositions meticulously prepared by skilled professional scribes to unpretentious, deeply personal declarations etched by the patients themselves, utilizing whatever rudimentary artistic or literary aptitude they could muster. Consider the compelling account of Ambrosia of Athens, an individual whose vision had been tragically obscured by the pervasive clouding of cataracts. During her period of sacred incubation within the sanctuary, she was granted a profound vision. It appeared to her that the divine figure of Asclepius drew near and, with a gentle touch of his fingers, restored her sight. Upon the advent of daybreak, her vision was unequivocally clear. This particular inscription, painstakingly reassembled from countless archaeological fragments, stands as a powerful exemplar of the myriad comparable attestations to miraculous recovery, narratives that frequently intertwined tangible, practical therapeutic interventions with mystical components that resist straightforward rational elucidation. A separate epigraph recounts the singular experience of Aristo of Troezen, who had endured a perplexing state of pregnancy for a remarkable 5-year duration without ever experiencing parturition. Following her period of sacred repose within the sanctuary, she experienced a vivid dream in which a serpent gently made contact with her abdomen. Strikingly, within the span of a single year thereafter, she successfully gave birth to a son. Contemporary medical understanding posits that such an extraordinary case likely involved either a form of pseudocyesis, commonly known as false pregnancy, or a complex gynecological ailment, both of which could conceivably have responded favorably to the integrated regimen of physical care and profound psychological reassurance so characteristic of the sanctuary's comprehensive, holistic therapeutic methodology. One might readily discern a fundamental divergence between these ancient chronicles of medical recovery and the rigorous, data-driven case studies prevalent in contemporary practice, particularly in their distinctive amalgamation of precise clinical observation with profound spiritual exegesis. The narrative detailing Ambrosia's restoration of sight, which scholars strongly surmise to be an account of cataract surgery, albeit presented through the allegorical lens of mythological symbolism, incorporates specific descriptive elements that strongly imply authentic medical intervention, all while meticulously preserving the hallowed and deferential tone deemed fitting for a sacred healing environment. A striking narrative describes Hermodokos of Lampsakos, who was afflicted by a debilitating paralysis affecting his entire corporeal form. During his sojourn of sacred repose within the sanctuary, the divine patron miraculously restored his health and, moreover, issued a specific directive. He was to convey to the temple the most substantial stone he could possibly transport as a gesture of profound gratitude. The individual indeed fulfilled this challenging mandate, and the very stone he carried remains, even now, situated prominently before the temple's edifice. This immense, unyielding block, a colossal weight that would pose a formidable challenge to even a robust individual, stands as an enduring, tangible testament to a healing process that regenerated not merely physical locomotion, but also profound personal strength and unwavering self-assurance. The collective wisdom gleaned from these ancient inscriptions unequivocally demonstrates that the therapeutic efficacy of Asclepian healing was predicated as significantly upon profound psychological transformation as it was upon direct physical intervention. A substantial number of the tablets delineate maladies that, in contemporary medical parlance, would be readily categorized as psychosomatic conditions. Authentic physiological symptoms originating from deep-seated emotional or spiritual disquietude. Issues that traditional, purely mechanistic medicine often proved incapable of adequately addressing. The sanctuary's integrated methodology, which meticulously attended to the interconnectedness of the body, mind, and spirit, frequently yielded extraordinary outcomes in complex cases that utterly confounded the limitations of exclusively physical medical practices. However, it is pertinent to note that not every inscribed narrative recounted a dramatic, instantaneous, miraculous cure. A considerable proportion of these ancient records chronicled more nuanced, subtle transformations that, despite their understated nature, nevertheless profoundly altered the trajectories of individuals' lives. Take the instance of Gorgias the potter, who presented himself at the sanctuary with hands so severely stiffened that they rendered him incapable of manipulating clay for his craft. Through the benevolent guidance attributed to the deity, he assimilated innovative techniques for sculpting earthenware, methods that respectfully acknowledged both his physical constraints and his inherent artistic talent. He departed, expressing profound gratitude not for the complete restoration of the dexterity he once possessed, but rather for the invaluable wisdom to proficiently utilize the capabilities of the hands he now commanded. Furthermore, the tablets furnish compelling evidence of the sanctuary's remarkably sophisticated grasp of what contemporary science terms the placebo effect, specifically, the inherent restorative potency of sustained hope and positive expectation, especially when these psychological states are bolstered by authentic compassion and dedicated attentiveness. Consider the case of Sostrata of Thebes, who was afflicted by a parasitic infestation of worms. She underwent incubation within the sanctuary and experienced a vivid dream in which the divine offspring of Asclepius meticulously extracted the creatures from her abdomen. Upon awakening, she discovered herself entirely free of the ailment. This detailed account strongly implies a highly proficient therapeutic approach to parasitic infection. Yet it is artfully articulated in language that simultaneously pays homage to both the tangible medical intervention and the perceived benefaction of celestial aid. One can readily envision the profound impact these inscribed testimonies would have had upon newly arrived supplicants at the sanctuary. Individuals often gravely ill, their spirits burdened by desperation, anxiously seeking validation that their arduous pilgrimage had not been undertaken in futility. The tablets thus fulfilled a dual, vital purpose. They functioned both as invaluable historical medical documentation and as potent sources of psychological uplift. By showcasing that numerous others, grappling with comparable afflictions, had indeed discovered solace and recovery within these hallowed grounds, the inscriptions themselves became intrinsic therapeutic instruments. They instilled a palpable sense of hope, thereby empowering patients to engage more actively and comprehensively in their personal journey toward recuperation. These less sensational, yet deeply resonant testimonies arguably illuminate the authentic essence of Asclepian healing more profoundly than the spectacular, miraculous recoveries that so captivated the ancient populace's collective imagination. The overarching philosophy embraced by the sanctuary acknowledged a crucial truth: that genuine healing does not invariably equate to a complete reversion to prior states of unblemished health, but rather encompasses the profound discovery of methodologies to experience a rich and fulfilling existence even amidst persistent limitations. This enlightened perspective extended a precious commodity, hope, to patients whose conditions, while not amenable to absolute eradication, could nonetheless be managed with profound dignity and renewed intentionality. Certain inscriptions further unveil the sanctuary's commendable readiness to undertake therapeutic interventions for maladies that other medical practitioners of the era had deemed utterly incurable. A poignant example is that of Alcus, who arrived completely devoid of sight and unaccompanied, save for the guiding presence of his loyal canine companion. The divine power of Asclepius reportedly reinstated his vision, enabling him to depart filled with exultation, no longer reliant upon the devoted direction of his furry associate. The understated, almost clinical tone of this record implies that the treatment of blindness, though undeniably a formidable challenge, was not perceived as an insurmountable obstacle within the hallowed confines of Epidaurus. The remarkable heterogeneity of medical conditions meticulously detailed within the surviving tablets unequivocally underscores the expansive and comprehensive scope of Asclepian medical practice. A vast array of afflictions, encompassing fractured skeletal structures, purulent wounds, persistent chronic pain, various forms of mental health disturbances, intricate fertility challenges, and even enigmatic ailments that defied simple taxonomic categorization, all received dedicated therapeutic attention within these sacred sanctuaries. This extraordinary breadth of engagement strongly indicates the existence of a medical paradigm that regarded every manifestation of human suffering as intrinsically deserving of focused consideration and the potential for restorative intervention. The moving narrative of Pandora of Thessaly, who presented her daughter, a child who had remained entirely mute since infancy, further illustrates the sanctuary's profound capabilities. Following a mere 3 nights spent within the sacred precincts, the young girl uttered sounds during her slumber, and from that pivotal day onward, she commenced speaking with complete normalcy. Incidents such as this powerfully suggest the sanctuary possessed an advanced comprehension of psychological trauma and its diverse physiological expressions. Employing methodologies that bear a striking resemblance to techniques commonly utilized in contemporary psychotherapeutic practices. Archaeological investigations provide substantial indications that a significant number of patients resided within the sanctuaries for protracted durations, thereby fostering ephemeral yet cohesive communities of individuals united by their shared quest for restoration. The inscribed tablets occasionally allude to these interpersonal connections. For instance, Anno of Aegina expresses her profound gratitude not solely to the divine entity, but also to her fellow pilgrims, whose shared fellowship rendered the arduous and protracted journey toward complete wellness considerably more tolerable. The intrinsic therapeutic efficacy derived from communal experience and mutual support among individuals confronting analogous tribulations thus introduced an additional, invaluable dimension to the comprehensive healing paradigm. Crucially, the inscriptions additionally illuminate the profoundly egalitarian character of Asclepian healing. Individuals from every stratum of society, the affluent and the impoverished, the enslaved and the emancipated, the foreign visitor and the native citizen, universally contributed their heartfelt attestations of gratitude for the benefits received. A particularly compelling narrative pertains to Nicariba, an enslaved woman from Messene, who experienced a dream in which the benevolent deity excised a growth from her neck. Her mistress, witnessing the undeniable evidence of this miraculous recovery, promptly granted Nicareba her freedom and subsequently consecrated this very tablet in commemoration. Such instances powerfully demonstrate that the healing process at these sanctuaries transcended rigid social stratifications in a manner that remarkably few other ancient institutions were capable of emulating. Yet, arguably, the most profoundly affecting of these inscribed accounts are those that chronicle not merely the restoration of physical well-being, but rather the deep-seated spiritual metamorphosis experienced by individuals. Consider the poignant case of Antiphanes, who arrived at the sanctuary consumed by utter despair, having tragically lost his entire family to the ravages of plague and his agricultural lands to devastating drought. He discovered within these sacred confines not a miraculous restitution of all that had been cruelly taken from him, but rather the profound inner fortitude and resilience necessary to meticulously construct a new and meaningful existence from the remnants that remained. These deeply personal testimonies strongly indicate that the Asclepian sanctuaries functioned, in essence, as early forms of counseling centers, providing a vital haven where individuals could meticulously process profound grief and psychological trauma through therapeutic means. This critical function empowered them to move forward, equipped with the emotional resilience necessary to sustain a purposeful existence. Certain tablets meticulously document instances where the path to recovery necessitated a series of protracted visits spanning several years. Aristian of Halae, for example, made his pilgrimage for the third occasion, with each successive visit fostering a more profound comprehension of his particular ailment and an enhanced proficiency in its ongoing management. He dedicated this commemorative tablet not in celebration of a completed and definitive cure, but rather in honor of a therapeutic journey that had been auspiciously commenced and steadfastly pursued. Collectively, these inscriptions illuminate a remarkably pragmatic understanding of healing, presenting it not as a solitary, dramatic intervention, but rather as a continuous and evolving process of restoration and adaptation. The linguistic idiom employed within the inscriptions frequently mirrors the authentic cadences of the patient's individual voices, rather than adhering to rigid, formal religious lexicon. I arrived here barely clinging to life, and now depart prepared to embrace existence anew, eloquently penned one profoundly grateful supplicant. The unadorned simplicity and forthright candor of such declarations inherently conveyed a far greater sense of conviction and authenticity than any verbose theological exposition could possibly furnish. These individuals were not engaged in the articulation of abstract doctrinal tenets, but rather in the vivid portrayal of tangible, transformative shifts within the fabric of their everyday experiences. Contemporary academicians, meticulously analyzing the extant inscriptions, have successfully discerned recurring thematic and methodological patterns, strongly suggesting the implementation of standardized therapeutic approaches tailored to distinct categories of ailments. Specifically, one observes a pronounced emphasis on onirocrisis, or dream healing, for the amelioration of psychological disorders, direct surgical intervention for acute physical traumas, prescribed dietary and lifestyle modifications for the management of chronic conditions, and compassionate spiritual guidance for individuals grappling with profound existential crises. Ultimately, the collective insights gleaned from these ancient tablets unveil a medical system of remarkable sophistication, one capable of meticulously aligning specific therapeutic interventions with the unique and individual requirements of each patient, rather than indiscriminately applying generic, undifferentiated solutions. Instead of dispensing generic, uniform remedies, the sanctuaries embraced a philosophy of personalized care. Consider the poignant case of Euphrates, a valiant soldier who initially perceived his battle scars as ignominious emblems of timidity and personal failing. Within the hallowed confines of the sanctuary, however, he was guided to a profound realization. These very marks were, in fact, tangible proof of his extraordinary bravery and resilience. His journey toward recuperation commenced not with the mere regeneration of bodily tissue, but with a profound and transformative shift in perception. Such invaluable epigraphic records illuminate the sanctuary's sophisticated methodology for addressing trauma, a methodology that remarkably predates contemporary insights into the critical role that cognitive reframing and the attribution of meaning play in the comprehensive restoration from both corporeal and psychological afflictions. Perhaps the most extraordinary revelations from these enduring stone tablets concern instances where individuals sought and ostensibly received restorative care, not for their own physical or emotional maladies, but on behalf of cherished family members or intimate companions who were physically unable to undertake the arduous pilgrimage to the sacred precinct. Consider the narrative of Xenophon, who, in a vivid nocturnal vision, was granted insights into a potential remedy for his son's debilitating lameness. Upon his return to his household, he diligently implemented the divine directives and therapeutic wisdom imparted to him by the deity. Miraculously, the young boy subsequently regained his full locomotive capacity and now navigates the world without impediment. Such compelling narratives strongly imply a remarkably advanced comprehension of how therapeutic knowledge and divine intervention could effectively transcend the physical confines of the sanctuary, being both communicated and enacted in distant locations, thereby extending the reach of sacred healing. Furthermore, the enduring stone tablets meticulously safeguard compelling indicators of the sanctuary's profound educational mandate. A considerable number of profoundly appreciative individuals, having experienced their own personal restoration, meticulously documented not merely their individual path to recovery, but also the invaluable practical insights and therapeutic methodologies they acquired, which subsequently empowered them to provide effective care for their own kin and those residing in their immediate communities. A notable illustration is the account of Katie, a skilled midwife who assimilated advanced techniques for managing perilous and complicated childbirths within these sacred walls. These invaluable practices have, over time, demonstrably preserved the lives of innumerable mothers and their infants within her city. In essence, these sanctuaries functioned as rudimentary yet highly effective medical academies, where vital, hands-on knowledge was generously disseminated among individuals possessing the capacity and dedication to employ it for the benefit of their fellow human beings. Regrettably, the relentless passage of time and the erosive forces of nature have gradually effaced the majority of these priceless lithic chronicles. Consequently, we are left with mere tantalizing fragments that nonetheless powerfully allude to a multitude of individual sagas, thousands perhaps, wherein profound suffering was transmuted into vibrant hope, where physical and existential limitations were transcended through courageous acceptance, and where existences were profoundly renewed by the meticulous synthesis of human ingenuity and profound divine benevolence. These precious inscriptions serve as an enduring testament compellingly reminding observers that underpinning every significant stride in medical science and therapeutic innovation are innumerable intimate narratives of individuals who possessed the temerity to genuinely believe that their personal anguish held intrinsic significance, and that their ultimate restoration was indeed an attainable prospect. As one might recline in the tranquil obscurity of the evening, a contemplative individual could conceivably envision these venerable voices resonating across the vast expanse of millennia. These echoes would not solely recount the sensational and dramatic interventions that garnered widespread acclaim, but would also celebrate the more subtle, yet profoundly impactful triumphs that rendered the mundane realities of daily existence once more endurable and meaningful. Arguably, the most profound and enduring therapeutic accomplishment meticulously chronicled within these ancient tablets is the very rekindling of hope itself. The revelatory insight that even amidst the most profound and debilitating maladies, the latent potential for profound personal metamorphosis perpetually endures. The comprehensive narrative charting the life and enduring legacy of Asclepius ultimately culminates in that enigmatic juncture where the distinguished mortal practitioner of healing transcends his corporeal existence, thereby assuming his rightful, exalted position within the divine pantheon. Crucially, this profound metamorphosis was not precipitated by acts of martial conquest or through ostentatious, grandiose displays of power. Rather, it manifested organically, arising from an existence wholly consecrated to assuaging human affliction, attending to each individual patient with meticulous care and unwavering dedication. This singular devotion continued until the very demarcation between the terrestrial and the celestial realms imperceptibly blurred, ultimately dissolving within the unwavering, gentle tenacity of his benevolent service. One might vividly envision the venerable Asclepius in the twilight of his mortal existence. His once dark locks had silvered, now resembling the pristine, lustrous white of hallowed temple marble, and his hands, though bearing the indelible marks of innumerable therapeutic interventions, remained remarkably unwavering as they gently rested upon a patient's feverish forehead. While his movements had undoubtedly become more measured and deliberate with advancing age, the tender quality of his touch persisted, as compassionate and solicitous as it had been in his formative years. When the wise centaur Chiron first initiated him into the sacred art of binding wounds within the tranquil confines of their sylvan sanctuary. Although the edifices consecrated to his burgeoning renown had proliferated throughout the Hellenic world, Asclepius himself retained a distinct preference for the understated efficacy of personalized therapeutic engagement over the more elaborate and ritualistic facets of formalized divine veneration. The formidable reputation that had steadily accrued around him over many decades of unwavering dedication to service presented him with both unprecedented opportunities and considerable complexities. Sovereign rulers routinely implored his sagacious counsel concerning devastating pestilences that menaced the very fabric of their realms. Affluent patrician households proffered immense sums of wealth in exchange for his exclusive personal ministrations to their various maladies. Furthermore, esteemed colleagues in the medical profession journeyed across vast geographical expanses, driven by an ardent desire to assimilate his innovative techniques and to fathom the profound intricacies of his therapeutic methodologies. Nevertheless, Asclepius consistently found his truest sense of belonging within unadorned chambers, amidst common individuals grappling with the profound burden of pain and apprehension, who sought not merely expert medical intervention, but also the invaluable solace of knowing that their suffering was genuinely acknowledged and deeply regarded by another. However, the very zenith of his therapeutic triumphs inevitably engendered its own unique set of complications. As Asclepius's extraordinary capabilities began to surpass the very boundaries of what purely human medical arts could conceivably accomplish, his prodigious endeavors commenced to draw the scrutiny of formidable entities who regarded his work with an escalating sense of apprehension and distrust, rather than with the expected expressions of profound appreciation. The other Olympian deities, firmly entrenched within their established spheres of authority and dominion, experienced a burgeoning disquiet concerning a healer whose profound influence disseminated not through the conventional mechanisms of veneration or intimidation, but entirely through the authentic and selfless provision of compassionate service. The pivotal juncture arrived when Asclepius embarked upon a practice that transcended merely alleviating the infirmities of the ailing. He began to resurrect the deceased, thereby transgressing sacred boundaries that even the most potent of divine healers were expressly forbidden to violate. The inaugural instance of this unprecedented intervention concerned a youthful mother who tragically succumbed during the arduous process of childbirth, notwithstanding Asclepius's most diligent and fervent endeavors to preserve her life. While her newborn infant miraculously endured, the profound anguish experienced by the grieving husband stirred Asclepius to undertake an act he had never before contemplated. Tapping into the inherent divine potency bequeathed to him by his illustrious father Apollo, he successfully summoned the woman's ethereal essence from the chthonic depths of the underworld, thereby reinstating her to the realm of the living. The miraculous resurrection was indeed accomplished, and for a fleeting interval, the profound jubilation of a family profoundly reunited appeared, to many, to unequivocally vindicate this unparalleled and audacious intervention. Yet, such extraordinary and dramatic infringements upon the fundamental natural order of existence could not, by their very nature, long remain concealed. Consequently, tidings of this astonishing miracle rapidly permeated every corner of the region. Before long, distraught kin from all corners of Hellas began to earnestly seek out Asclepius, conveying the inert forms of their departed loved ones, and fervently imploring him to enact comparable acts of restoration. With each subsequent appeal, Asclepius was confronted with an excruciating moral quandary. How could a compassionate healer, who had consecrated his entire existence to the sacred duty of preserving life, conceivably decline to reinstate it when he undeniably possessed the formidable capacity to do precisely that? Notwithstanding his compassionate impulses, Asclepius gradually began to grasp the profound truth that his acts of resurrection posed a grave peril to the fundamental cosmic equilibrium that underpinned the very functionality of the world. Should the finality of death become a reversible state, what profound repercussions would ensue for the intricate natural cycles that intricately govern all existence? And what then would become of the invaluable, arduous wisdom painstakingly gleaned from the acceptance of inherent mortality? Hades, the austere sovereign of the chthonic underworld, observed with escalating apprehension as the customary, ceaseless procession of souls into his shadowy domain dwindled to a mere intermittent trickle. The meticulously sustained equilibrium between life and death, a delicate balance absolutely indispensable to the very fabric of the cosmos itself, commenced to destabilize and falter under the cumulative impact of Asclepius's profoundly benevolent, yet cosmically disruptive, interventions. Concurrently, numerous other deities discovered their own established dominions profoundly impacted as mortals, whose predetermined lifespans had reached their natural conclusion, persisted in their earthly existences. This disruption inexorably altered the time-honored patterns of religious observance, military conflict, and the natural order of succession, all of which had meticulously underpinned and structured divine authority for countless millennia. Even Zeus, the formidable sovereign of the gods, became increasingly disquieted, not out of any petty envy for Asclepius's burgeoning power, but from a profound comprehension that certain immutable boundaries were established not to arbitrarily curtail acts of benevolence, but rather to safeguard the overarching cosmic harmony within which genuine compassion could meaningfully flourish and operate. The supreme monarch of the deities was thus confronted with a momentous decision, one that would irrevocably delineate the intricate relationship between omnipotent divine power and its inherent moral responsibilities. Either permit an unrestricted proliferation of healing that imperiled the very structure of cosmic order, or effectively interdict the actions of a healer whose sole transgression lay in his boundless solicitude for human suffering. The climactic confrontation ultimately manifested not amidst a cataclysmic display of resounding thunder and earth-shattering seismic convulsions, but rather through the swift descent of a solitary, impeccably directed thunderbolt that decisively struck Asclepius precisely as he diligently attended to yet another patient who had already departed from life. This divine pronouncement of execution unfolded with breathtaking celerity, devoid of any prior admonition or the slightest opportunity for final utterances. In one instant, the dedicated healer was observed intently bowed over his inert patient, deeply immersed in his therapeutic focus. In the subsequent heartbeat, both individuals lay motionless, irrevocably subsumed beneath the formidable gravity of Zeus's definitive judgment. However, rather than constituting the definitive cessation of his narrative, this divinely orchestrated execution paradoxically became the very catalyst for Asclepius's ultimate and glorious metamorphosis. Apollo, Asclepius's divine father, was consumed by such an overwhelming and profound sorrow at the demise of his son that his immense grief threatened to engulf the entire world in an unending, impenetrable gloom. The sun god's inconsolable lamentation swayed even Zeus, prompting him to reevaluate his stern decree, ultimately resulting in a judicious compromise that simultaneously upheld the principles of cosmic justice and divine compassion. In an act of celestial recognition, Zeus elevated Asclepius to the firmament, enshrining him among the stellar luminaries as the constellation Ophiuchus, famously known as the serpent-bearer, thereby guaranteeing that his benevolent influence would endure eternally, woven into the very fabric of the night sky. Of even greater significance, the healer's immortal essence ascended to assume its venerable station within the august pantheon of deities, not as a formidable conqueror or an authoritarian sovereign, but as an entity far more exceptional. A divine being whose inherent power derived exclusively from the profound wellspring of compassion. In stark contradistinction to many other revered deities who frequently exacted rituals of sacrifice and unyielding submission, Asclepius extended his restorative grace, demanding nothing in reciprocation save for a solemn pledge to judiciously and prudently steward one's regained well-being. His consecrated temples were thus transformed into hallowed refuges, where human suffering was invariably greeted with profound empathy and comprehension, rather than with censure or condemnation. The authentic marvel inherent in Asclepius's apotheosis resides not merely in the astonishing fact that a mortal being transcended to divinity, but rather in his emergence as a deity who profoundly retained the indelible memory of his human experience. His celestial healing consequently preserved the delicate patience cultivated throughout his earthly existence, the pragmatic acumen acquired from Chiron's tutelage, and the profound humility derived from operating within inherent constraints, rather than simply obliterating them through sheer, unbridled power. The sacred precincts consecrated to the divine Asclepius persistently function in accordance with the foundational tenets meticulously established during his earthly professional life. Healing within these hallowed spaces is achieved through an intricate synergy of empirically grounded medical practices, robust psychological succor, and profound spiritual renewal. Consequently, supplicants discover not merely corporeal alleviation, but also a vital restoration of optimism and existential direction. The iconic staff entwined with a serpent thus stands as an enduring emblem, reverently acknowledging both the formidable potency and the essential self-restraint indispensable for achieving genuine and holistic restoration. Perhaps the most extraordinary aspect of Asclepius's apotheosis is that his elevation to divinity did not, in fact, estrange him from the travails of human suffering, but rather profoundly intensified his empathetic bond with it. As an omniscient deity, he now possesses the singular capacity to be concurrently present within all his numerous sanctuaries, beneficently bestowing restorative visions upon innumerable supplicants, subtly influencing physicians towards accurate discernment of ailments, and imparting the crucial spiritual fortitude that empowers individuals to steadfastly endure chronic conditions that, regrettably, defy complete eradication. That enables individuals to find resilience and solace amidst ailments that, by their very nature, resist complete eradication. The profound influence of the god of medicine extends far beyond the consecrated confines of his sacred sanctuaries. Indeed, every medical practitioner who skillfully melds technical proficiency with an authentic wellspring of human compassion inherently perpetuates Asclepius's enduring legacy. Furthermore, any devoted healer who diligently addresses the entirety of an individual rather than merely attending to isolated symptoms unequivocally honors his pioneering therapeutic methodology. Moreover, each significant medical advancement that consciously prioritizes the holistic welfare of the patient above the personal acclaim or professional prestige of the practitioner undeniably mirrors his fundamental and timeless values. Yet, Asclepius's most extraordinary contribution to the vast tapestry of human existence may well be his profound demonstration that divine omnipotence and moral responsibility are not antithetical forces, but rather indispensable partners in a harmonious collaboration. His profound willingness to acknowledge the inherent boundaries of his own formidable abilities, even to the ultimate extent of confronting and embracing death, eloquently illustrates that authentic healing necessitates a profound wisdom regarding precisely when to intervene decisively, and when, conversely, to serenely accept those immutable realities that defy alteration. This nuanced and sagacious understanding, far from diminishing his inherent power, paradoxically amplifies its efficacy, precisely because it operates in seamless concert with the intrinsic order of the natural world, rather than attempting to defiantly oppose it. The iconic serpent, intricately coiled around his staff, thus emerges as a perfectly evocative symbol for this judicious and exquisitely balanced approach to the formidable power of healing. Serpentine creatures are, by their very essence, perilous beings capable of inflicting death with their potent venom. Yet, that very same venom, when meticulously prepared and expertly administered, can be transformed into a life-saving medicine. This potent emblem serves as a perpetual reminder that the intricate process of healing invariably involves a delicate dance with inherent forces that possess the dual capacity to inflict harm as well as to confer profound benefit, thereby demanding both extensive empirical knowledge and profound practical wisdom for their judicious and secure application. As the inexorable march of centuries progressed, the veneration of Asclepius permeated the vast expanse of the Mediterranean world and extended its reach far beyond those ancient shores. Mighty Roman emperors sought sagely counsel from his prophetic oracles. Burgeoning Christian communities thoughtfully adapted various elements of his healing practices, and erudite Islamic physicians diligently embarked upon the systematic study of his established therapeutic methods. His profound and pervasive influence managed to transcend conventional religious and immutable cultural boundaries, primarily because it resonated deeply with the ubiquitous human experience of suffering and, concurrently, the equally universal and unwavering hope for alleviation and succor. Modern medical science continues to exhibit clear and undeniable vestiges of Asclepian inspiration. This influence ranges from the iconic caduceus symbol, frequently employed by numerous medical organizations globally, to the sophisticated contemporary understanding that genuine recovery encompasses intricate psychological and social determinants, not merely isolated physiological interventions. The comprehensive and integrated approach, originally pioneered and cultivated within his sacred sanctuaries, persists in its dynamic evolution within current healthcare paradigms, which steadfastly focus on ministering to patients as complete, multifaceted individuals, rather than merely addressing disparate arrays of isolated symptoms. Nevertheless, arguably the most indelible and persistent facet of Asclepius's enduring heritage lies in the profound yet beautifully straightforward acknowledgement that the act of healing itself constitutes a hallowed and sacred endeavor. This inherent sanctity arises not from any intrinsic demand for supernatural intervention, but rather from its representation of the pinnacle of human expertise diligently applied in the unwavering service of human well-being. Each authentic manifestation of therapeutic intervention, ranging from life-preserving surgical procedures that snatch individuals from the precipice of death to the tender, consoling words offered to those nearing their final moments, inherently shares in the profound, divine compassion that Asclepius himself so powerfully exemplified. As one gently succumbs to slumber this evening, it is profoundly worthwhile to contemplate the subtle yet utterly transformative revolution that Asclepius so eloquently personifies. Within an ancient epoch populated by powerful deities who often exacted arduous sacrifices and demanded absolute human submission, he presented a distinctly alternative paradigm, a form of healing that reverently acknowledged both the inherent dignity of humankind and the profound insights of divine sagacity. His profound and lasting legacy endures not merely within the hallowed halls of hospitals and the rigorous curricula of medical academies, but profoundly in every singular instance where an individual consciously opts for heartfelt compassion over detached indifference, where adept hands labor diligently to alleviate profound suffering, and where an unwavering sense of hope steadfastly endures against the formidable backdrop of seemingly insurmountable challenges. The extraordinary narrative of the mortal who ascended to become a revered deity of healing imparts a crucial and timeless lesson. That true divinity is not predicated upon the exercise of dominion or coercive power over others, but rather upon an unwavering, patient dedication to enhancing the existence of those within our sphere. His compelling story serves as a poignant reminder that the most profound and impactful transformations frequently materialize not through ostentatious or dramatic gestures, but through consistent, unassuming acts of dedicated service, executed with profound gentleness and meticulously guided by an enlightened wisdom that respectfully acknowledges both the facets of life amenable to alteration and those that necessitate serene acceptance. Rest peacefully this night, secure in the knowledge that Asclepius's benevolent and subtle influence perpetually permeates our global society, much like a subterranean spring, emerging conspicuously wherever restorative healing truly transpires, and where the potent, transformative force of love triumphantly vanquishes fear. In each meticulous diagnosis rendered by a dedicated physician, in every tender and reassuring touch extended by a compassionate nurse, and in every precious moment where profound suffering is greeted with genuine understanding rather than harsh judgment, the revered God of healing steadfastly continues his sacred mission of transmuting agony into enduring hope, patiently and profoundly, one individual at a time. The fundamental principle guiding exceptional medical practice often centers on an unwavering commitment to the individual. This philosophy dictates that every single person seeking assistance within the healthcare system must be treated as a distinct entity, deserving of undivided attention and a tailored approach to their specific circumstances. It is a dedication that moves beyond generalized protocols, emphasizing the unique physiological, psychological, and social dimensions that characterize each patient's journey. This singular focus ensures that diagnostic processes are meticulously performed, treatment plans are thoughtfully customized, and communication is profoundly empathetic. Recognizing the deeply personal nature of health and illness, the objective is not merely to address a condition in isolation, but to care for the whole person, fostering an environment where trust and understanding are paramount, thereby optimizing the potential for recovery and overall well-being.